Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Yeah, it's too early in the morning. People are not ready to get down. We'll try it again tomorrow evening. Let's see how we go. Tomorrow evening, we'll bring the house down. We'll all be on our feet dancing and, doing it. Kwazi, play something nice and slow.
Kukontombengi tanda njengawe Kutangi Zulu mangi kawangangawe Uzabu ya nini Stand aside Lizzie, 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 oh Lizzie Kukontombengi tanda njengawe Kutangi Zulu mangi kawangangawe Uzobu ya nini Stand aside
Ngikawangi bus Ngikawangi taxi Ngikawangi stimela ngebhasi Tanta kancane
Malahiko wendiza kweli banoye Uzobu ya nini Stand aside
Ngikawangi bus Ngikawangi taxi Ngikawangi stimela ngebhasi Tanta kancane
Malahiko wendiza kweli banoye nini standwa
Introducing Fundo Ntaka on saxophone.
Tawangi basi, tawangi taxi, tawangi stimela dadasi tatangangale. Malaika wengiza kweli bandoye, uzawu ya mimi standwa sam.
Oh, Lizzie, 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 oh, Lizzie. Akukhonto bengi sana njengawe. Kuthangi Zulu mangicabanga ngawe.
Uzawu ya nini
standwa sam. Lizzie, 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 oh, Lizzie. Akukhonto bengi sana njengawe. Kuthangi Zulu mangicabanga ngawe.
Uzawu ya nini standwa sam.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much.
Thank you
Good
very
morning.
much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, please let's rise to welcome our special guest of honor, Honorable Minister for Higher Education and Training, Dr. Blade Nzimande. And now, distinguished colleagues, hello. You know, I told you a few minutes ago that I'm waiting for the clouds to open so that I can greet you good morning. I can tell you now that I've seen the stars. Clouds are open, and with all pleasure, are you ready for this? I'm going to say something. With all pleasure, I say good morning. Thank you very much. I have the undiluted pleasure at this moment to invite to the stage to give us the welcome address none other than the indefatigable Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Zululand, Professor X Mtose. Yes, this is when we clap.
I hope this is working. And indeed, it is. Program Director, Dr. Akpome, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, Science and Technology, Dr. Blade Nzimande, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, I'm hoping he's on the way, and all members of the Minister's entourage. Chairperson of Council of the University of Zululand, Ms. N. Kaluza, members of Council of the University of Zululand. Professor M. West from Penn State University, United States. Professor O. Ajiman, the Pan-African Society Foundation, United States. Professor Makone from Penn State University, who's joining us online. Professor Pewaji, University of West Indies, Jamaica. Professor S. Zondi, University of Johannesburg. Professor Pra, who I hope is online this morning. UniZulu Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professors Nomlomo, Teaching and Learning, Professor Kunene, Research and Innovation, and Professor Siyepe, Institutional Support. UniZulu Deans of Faculties, Professor Khailing, Professor Ntombela, Professor Masocha, Professor Lishwenya, our head of Richards Bay Campus, Professor Moyo, conference organizing team led by Professor Masocha, Professor Ndlovu, Professor Shokane, Dr. Bula, Dr. Opome, and Dr. Nojieza. Thank you for making this day look like this. UniZulu academics, UniZulu students, Ms. Tinantlego, for being the organizer as the communication department director, and all guests joining us in person as well as online through various virtual platforms. Molweni, Sanibonani, Dumelang, Habari, Siye Asuburu. Good morning. It gives me pleasure and profound appreciation to welcome you, the highly esteemed delegates, to this inaugural conference whose purpose is to launch our vision and developing the University of Zululand as a node for African thought. We are especially honored to have our Minister of Higher Education and Training and Science and Technology, who has taken time out of his busy schedule to come and grace this occasion. We thank you all because, for us, this is a defining moment for the University of Zululand. This gathering is the first of its kind, not only with the university, but among universities and higher education institutions in South Africa possible throughout the entire continent. It is unique and innovative in its conception, form, and mission. Through the current UniZulu Vision 27, we have taken a bold but worthwhile decision to move beyond creating a discursive space designed to ignite new imaginations about the future trajectory of the university, but also to develop alternative ontological and epistemological orientations anchored on African thought. In this regard, our knowledge and social project at UniZulu is informed by our own African history and identity, which we don't apologize for. We consciously embrace epistemologies of Global South as part and parcel of the geopolitics of knowledge vis-à-vis the problematic epistemologies of the Global North. We embrace African epistemologies in affirmation of our identity as an African university rather than a westernized university in Africa. In the same way, we embrace our semi-rural setting in KwaZulu-Natal in post-apartheid South Africa, and we take seriously the indigenous epistemologies and socio-economic realities of our immediate communities. University of Zululand is thus ideally located to tap into knowledge otherwise that are no longer fully at the immediate disposal of other universities located in urban centers where Western modernity is concentrated. We are also well positioned to harness, among others, long-standing indigenous knowledge practices without compromising our international outlook or denying the influence of what Ali Maziwuri famously described as Africa's triple heritage from within itself, the West, and Islam. It is against this backdrop that we embarked on asserting our identity as a node for African thought, a mission that is expressed not only through this inaugural African Thought Conference, but also officially in our current strategic plan approved by the University Council. To this end, we seek to promote the systematic blending of decolonial, post-colonial, Afrocentric, and Afro-sensed grammars and vocabularies of change. In doing so, we consciously avoid taking a nevisist fundamentalist approach while also refusing to follow the crowd with empty sloganeering and or grandstanding. Given that African thought is inherently polyvocal, reflexive, responsive, and dynamic, our mission as a node of African thought is informed by an ecology of plural ideas and diverse ontologies. As our contribution to the broader struggle for the total emancipation of African people in particular and oppressed people in general, we seek to recontract with our local, provincial, national, continental, and planetary publics. We seek a paradigm shift from the colonial ideation and institutional model through which many universities in Africa and elsewhere have been co-opted into hegemonic knowledge systems that alienate them from their respective communities and societies. As we embark on this journey, we are particularly excited about the opportunities that can be created by the University of Zululand becoming a node of African thought. We believe this venture will not only open up scholarship beyond the constraints of Eurocentric colonial theory, but will also chart a way of addressing the agency around the decolonization project. Indeed, drawing insights from Member 2021, the time has come for African higher education to lead in the redrawing of the global intellectual map so that the world can be studied from elsewhere and anywhere and produce knowledge that will have local and global impacts. The optimism that our vision and the inaugural conference generates should, however, be cognizant of the complexities of decolonizing higher education. To begin with, there is a need to grapple with and elaborate on terms and perspectives that this project will have to deploy to regain the power of Ferry 1972 refers to as the ability to name the world. That is, reclaiming significance as human beings by making sense of the world as Africans, not through the eyes of the colonizer. In this connection, Hayes et al. 2021 have advocated for the notion of two-eyed seeing, which they argue works to deconstruct the colonial lens and facilitate the practice of cultural safe learning. In so doing, this is open quote now, they say, learning to see one eye with the strength of indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing, and from the other eye with the strength of Western knowledge and ways of knowing, and learning to use both these eyes together for the benefit of all, I close quote. This proposition raises a fundamental question about the advisability and possibility of a one-eyed or two-eyed vision of the envisaged African thought. Ultimately, what choices are made will have implications on how the decolonization of the curriculum will be approached. During the deliberations at this conference, I am sure you will also encounter other intellectual challenges. These relate to, amongst others, the questions on how we conceptualize what it means to be African. On the other hand, does intellectual work become African simply because it is produced or promoted by Africans in Africa? Such a view, according to Higgins, uses a geographical criterion. On the other hand, does the academic work become African if it directs its attention to issues concerning the theoretical and conceptual underpinnings of African culture? This view is seen as using cultural criterion to determine what being an African means. While it may be reasonable to assume that African identity should not be constituted by a case of either or, but rather by both geographical and cultural factors, these may be other related issues that may arise in this gathering. Even as one can settle in with the view that questions emerge which have to do with how African diaspora is incorporated in all this, and with this, what the implications are for our understanding of what can be viewed as African culture. These questions are important given the context of African colonial legacy and the slavery that not only dislocated Africans from their motherland, but also through European cultural hegemony, language became one of the mechanisms for domination and alienation. Drawing from the work of Ngungi Tuang and Pra, Tondi, Fredericks, 2000, they argue that, open quote, as part of the plan, the processes of subjugation and domination did not only have to do with colonized having to inherit alien syntax and lexicology, but also the ways in which they ultimately perceive self and the world, and how to relate to European in their assumed superior status, close quote. By contrast, one of the opportunities that the Node of African Thought Vision presents is one of mobilizing what Gramsci, 1971, calls organic intellectuals. These are scholars, theorists, and social activists of various political persuasions and social movements whose ideas converge to promote processes of emancipation of the oppressed and the relegated people. In other words, the Node of African thought must be composed of a critical mass of network organic intellectuals, like we have done this morning, who will be strategically positioned to undertake numerous tasks that decolonization project entails. The examples might, but not limited to, developing and promoting 1, new Afrocentric pedagogies, 2, new curricula which takes into account the issue of language and indigenous knowledge systems, 3, research anchored on African ontologies and epistemologies, and finally, new program accreditation criteria. It is towards these ambitions and ambitious but very achievable ends that we have lined up the carefully chosen presentations and engagements in this high-level conference of starting today. These are envisaged to facilitate the creation of a clear, practical, and feasible blueprint to systematize, operationalize, and institutionalize African thought at the University of Zululand. Finally, it is clear that the creation of African thought at University of Zululand cannot be achieved by proclamation alone. It will have to be earned through hard work of intellectual inputs that will shape what it looks like. The fact notwithstanding, my view is that this label, African thought, should not be understood as static. Instead, it must be seen as a way of becoming and an intersection of African scholarship that privileges the ways of knowing of the global South. This perspective encourages continuous improvement and adaptation to prevailing and changing context of the time. With these few words, allow me once again to warmly welcome you to this landmark formal start of a long journey towards emancipation and wish you robust and productive engagements. Allow me to once again special thanks to our Minister, Dr. Nzimande, for availing himself, to colleagues who have traveled from far across the country and from overseas, as well as those that are joining us virtually to our beautiful country and province. I wish you lots of sunshine and productive deliberation in the next 3 days. You are all welcome, and I thank you.
I think we can make it a bit stronger than that. I think that was fine. I think that was indeed a fascinating presentation. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I now have pleasure to invite the Chairperson of Council of the University of Zululand, Ms. N. Kaluza, to introduce the Honorable Minister. Ms. Kaluza.
Thank you, Program Director. You are greeted, and I believe you'll allow me to just say protocol observed so that I don't waste time. This conference with its theme, Advancing the African Thought, I'm requested to introduce the speaker who must present the opening address. I know very well that there are always two views, even on this one, of introducing the speaker. There are two views that may be existing here amongst yourselves. One view will be to say, please, Chair, take less than a minute to introduce this person. Sit down, just take less than a minute, introduce this person, tell us who he is in one sentence, and sit down because you are not the speaker yourself. But the other view will say, please help us understand and know this person better, so that whatever he says, we locate it properly. Chairpersons, by their nature and character, they are expected to accommodate all views and try to integrate. I will be that chairperson with no intention of introducing myself. It has been done. But I'm the chairperson of the Council of the University of Zululand. Just to help those who want me to do this task in one sentence, less than a minute, this is Dr. Bonginkosi Blade Nzimande, the son of Sipambano, a social and political activist, always engaged in an act of a revolution to ensure positive change and regarding every space he operates in as a site of struggle. That's one sentence, less than a minute, I've introduced him. Also, accommodating the other view, Dr. Bonginkosi Emmanuel Blade Nzimande is the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation here in this country, South Africa, and he started as this minister in May 2019. Amongst his responsibilities is to lead projects and initiatives, part of which understanding that this conference that we are having is taking place after 2 years of COVID, harsh COVID, and I'm not suggesting that it is over. He introduced and led these initiatives to fight against COVID-19, including the establishment and funding of the genomic surveillance project that led to the discovery of variants of COVID-19. Dr. Nzimande also led the launch of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, the establishment of the Interministerial Committee, IMC, on Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as leading the effort of the development of a COVID-19 local vaccine in South Africa, or for South Africa. Before May 2019, he served as the Minister of Transport from February 2018 and the Minister of Higher Education and Training from May 2009 until October 2017. Dr. Nzimande has served as a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress, ANC, from 1994 till 2017, and again from 2019 till now. He was the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party from July 1998 until 16 July 2022. In July 2022, he was elected as the national chairperson of the South African Communist Party. Dr. Nzimande served as a member of parliament and chair of the portfolio committee between 1994 and 1999. Prior to the establishment of the Democratic South Africa in 1994, Dr. Nzimande had served in various roles as an anti-apartheid activist in academia, community organizations, and non-governmental organizations supporting the democratic labor movement. He is, I'm taking a risk here. I'm tempted to say he is an academic. I know that other people will say, but an academia must be practicing in an institution. As I said, there are always different views. Dr. Nzimande holds a doctorate in philosophy of sociology, specializing in industrial and labor studies from the University of Natal, and this was attained in 1992. He started his career as an industrial psychology intern in the Human Resource Department at Tongat Hewlett's Sugar in 1982, and subsequently employed as a human resources practitioner in the same company in 1993 to 1984. He lectured in industrial psychology at the University of Zululand between 1985 and 1987, and was a lecturer in industrial psychology in the Department of Psychology at the University of Natal between 1987 and 1989. He has also served in different university councils. In fact, in many universities as a member of the university council. I will not be wasting time on that. But what is also of importance is that Dr. Nzimande has published numerous academic and other articles covering politics, psychology, civil society, political violence, and labor studies over a period of close to 40 years. Now I think you can make a connection with that one sentence and this whole thing that I have said. We present to you the Minister of Higher Education, Science, and Innovation. This is an international conference. It's not just a University of Zululand conference, Minister. We present this audience to you for you to do the honorable thing, the opening address. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Thank you very much, Chair, although you broke our agreement, but that's fine. I will forgive you. Let me start by greeting the Program Director, Dr. Akbome, the Chairperson of the UniZulu Council, Ms. Nomarasha Kaluza. Thanks for your kind introduction. Too long, but kind introduction. Let me also greet the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Xoliso Mtose, and all your Deputy Vice Chancellors who are here. Let me particularly greet all our distinguished international guests and participants. In our tradition, you're not guests. You know, you are brothers and sisters, and you are part of us. You happen to be located somewhere else geographically. But we are all part of the same family. Let me also greet other senior managers of the university, all the distinguished guest speakers, facilitators, and respondents, representatives from Universities South Africa, which is the organization representing our Vice Chancellors in South Africa, representative of students, trade unions, distinguished guests, members of the media, and indeed my office, I should greet my office. If I don't do that, I'm in big trouble, and you will never be able to get me here if they become angry. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm greetings and good morning to everyone here. It really gives me a great pleasure to address what I understand to be the inaugural conference on African thought on my alma mater, the University of Zululand. I must start by saying that my formative undergraduate years were spent here, a place which is very close to my heart, not only because of its the deep personal imprint that it has left on my own social and political imagination, but also because University of Zululand's history epitomizes the spirit of the oppressed to turn that which was designed for its subjugation into a source of emancipation. It's very important. I graduated here in 1980, having finished my degree in 1979. As I was driving up here, I was telling lots of stories in the cars, about my experiences coming to this institution and the fact that my home is about, 300 kilometers from here? Yet it took us just 10 to 11 hours to reach this university. Just only 300 kilometers away because of apartheid and the difficulties in the mode of transport. Now, it is my understanding that the rationale for this conference stems from the University of Zululand strategic plan, and according to the organizers, your aim is to transform UniZulu, and I quote, into an authentic African university where epistemologies of the global South and indigenous African knowledges are privileged. As our contribution to the broader struggle for the total emancipation of the African people, we are taking bold, deliberate, and calculated steps to renegotiate and recontract with our local, provincial, national, continental, and planetary publics through a paradigm shift from the alienating colonial model, unquote. And I think the Vice-Chancellor has actually also done a great job in simplifying this, in introducing this very important conference. This is indeed a bold and ambitious set of goals, which from the onset, I should say, I fully embrace and support. The process of privileging epistemologies of Africa and the global South, in my view, requires a multiplicity of interrelated tasks. And I'm going to highlight just 5. Firstly, the process of reclaiming, restoration, and promotion of a radically alternative worldview requires a systematic and planned strategy of capacity building, orientation and mobilization of the university scholarly community, both students and academics, to consciously develop new paradigms, bodies of knowledge, and modes of teaching and learning. This is not an easy task, and certainly also not a once-off task. Secondly, it will require University of Zululand to locate its efforts within a wider network of universities, both in South Africa and progressive locations in the global South, particularly, but not only the BRICS networks, Latin America, and of course, crucially, our wider continent. This means, per definition, that your Pan-Africanism must be linked to a broader, progressive internationalism. Thirdly, it should also be clear that any process of reconstruction will require a process of contestation and disruption of dominant paradigms, ideas, and narratives, thus implying that this community must actively engage in public discourse. In my political language, we call this umkhabulo. Now, There's one thing that worries me, I need to say this. South Africa has produced so many commentators. Just about, you listen to every radio or you read any newspaper, a commentator is taken out of the box. The commentator part said, you know, government has announced this or this has happened, the commentator has said this. But my concern is that most of these commentators have no links to the academic world. It's not out of disrespect, don't misquote me, then I'm in trouble. But many of them, it looks like they wake up and read newspapers like myself, and then from those newspapers, then they become experts and commentators. It's very important for the voice of the academy to be heard in the public discourse as well. Informed by research, informed by scientific thinking. That's one of the tasks that we have, by the way, in advancing African epistemologies. Fourthly, the very act of linking your search for new epistemologies to the broader struggle for the total emancipation of African people, I'm quoting now from your own mission, means that you have to link the knowledge production project to the struggles of local communities for social, economic, and political emancipation. You said it very nicely, VC, on this, that you are striving to be an African university, a university of the global south, and a global university then, therefore through that, but also you are located in a particular region with its dynamics. In the United States, there's a very nice initiative I like of what are called NCA institutions. So University of Zululand must both be a global, an African university, but also be an NCA institution in this part of the world. Fifthly, I would argue that in achieving what we want to do, we need to place indigenous knowledge system at the center of our epistemologies. The task of constructing and promoting Pan-African knowledge systems is not merely a scholarly and intellectual process. If it is to find its true potential, it must be an engaged Pan-Africanism, in which your work must be infused within wider mass struggles and social consciousness raising. This will require university intellectuals working in partnership with local and regional communities in co-creating radical alternatives to prevailing orthodoxies. Finally, I should point out, in just contextualizing what I want to say, I should also point out that Pan-African knowledge systems can only flourish in the context of a supportive ecosystem. Networks, what do I mean by this? Networks of institutions, centers, departments, writers and professionals, editors, publishing houses, investors, and so on. This is a very crucial thing. Very, very crucial that you have, actually, without an ecosystem, we can meet here conference after conference, we are not going to make any impact. Our ideas will always be locked at the Bonn Hotel in Richards Bay. Now, on universities, before I go there, let me also say this, emphasize this, that without this support system, it cannot hope to survive and come of age. The university itself now, and I can simply point to the symbiotic and secular economic networks into which English liberal and Afrikaans intellectual traditions in our country are woven. Now, on universities, African epistemologies and transformation, it has now been some 28 years since the transition to political democracy in South Africa. And there is no doubt that tremendous progress has been made in many aspects of the higher education system that we inherited from apartheid. We have a new legislative and policy landscape. We have a single, more integrated and responsive system. We have new quality assurance systems. We have a unique student financial aid system that I haven't seen anywhere else in the world. By the way, Professor Mtose is tasked now in reimagining it, restructuring it. He's leading a ministerial task team on student funding in South Africa. We've also seen significant growth in access and success of black and female students, and still slow but significant changes in the demographic profiles of our academics. These things are not small, they are very significant, which we achieved post-1994. I'm told now, the latest statistics, that women have just crossed 50% mark in South African academics. South African academics. Very important. Nonetheless, despite these advances in the institutional landscape of our higher education system, we still face formidable challenges in the transformation of the intellectual foundations of our university system. Our higher education system, as you know, has evolved over the three major historical periods: colonialism, apartheid, and more recently, the democratic era. Most of our 26 public universities were formed under colonialism, and later, of course, a few of them now, we've built only 2, unfortunately, new universities in a democratic South Africa. I'm working at 2 more, okay, and expanding campuses. But we are proud that we have got, I must say this, the single largest public university system in South Africa, which also acts as a resource for the rest of the continent, if truth be told. And we must protect it as we transform it. I'm also worried about the growth of private institutions in the continent, precisely also because these private institutions, they are of 2 types. One, very elite, they cater for the very wealthy, or they are fly-by-night, catering for the poor. So strengthening a public university system, I would argue, is very central in building African epistemologies. I'm not trying to say you can't have things going wrong in public. You can, but it's very important that the idea of a public university system is reinforced. If I had time, I would argue more about this. Now, most of our 26 universities, as I have said, have got a particular historical context. And this historical context shaped the dominant social relations of knowledge production, knowledge forms, curricula, teaching pedagogies, research orientations, and academic and institutional cultures at these institutions. In other words, the fundamental design features, if you like, the DNA, the internal social structure, the institutional cultures, and modes of knowledge production of all our universities have been, and in a large measure remains to be, based on the English liberal arts model, transported by the British settlers during the long period of colonial rule. However, this did not prevent the emergence of other intellectual traditions, partly as a result of shifts in political power. For instance, the rise to power of Afrikaner nationalists in 1948 in our country paved the way for the vigorous promotion of Afrikaans Christian nationalist intellectual traditions. And the post-1960 period also saw the establishment of many so-called homeland or Bantustan universities. This was established as a Bantustan university, University of Zululand. That's why I'm very proud that despite the challenges you have, we have reached this stage, and also seeking consciously to redefine yourselves as to who you are. By the way, these universities, there were 3 universities in our days. If you're a black South African of my hue, you could go only to Fort Hare, or go in the Eastern Cape, or go to Tefluop in the north, or go to University of Zululand, and ethnically defined. University of Zululand was reserved for Zulu speakers, Ndebele speakers, and Siswati speakers. That was it. So it was your university. I had to leave a university which was 10 kilometers away from my home. I'm looking for my letter, by the way, that was written by the minister, because I tried to apply to the University of Natal. Pete Korenhoff, that minister of apartheid, said, but you can't go to University of Natal. There is your university, because I'm Zulu speaking. Now, nevertheless, the English liberal arts epistemic traditions have tended to remain dominant, mainly because they were locked into and supported by a much wider multinational Anglo-Saxon knowledge economy. These official epistemic doctrines have, of course, been challenged throughout our history by students and insurgent intellectuals. I don't want to give an idea that this was just unproblematically these discourses reproducing themselves. They were challenged in struggle. This was the case in different periods of our history in South Africa. I'm sure we can tell the same history of our entire continent, different countries and generally. For example, the rise of African nationalist and Pan-Africanist ideas that fought here in the 1930s and 1940s, the Black consciousness movement in the 1970s from the late 60s, the Marxist and African humanist ideas that found its way into several of our universities, maturing in particular during the 1980s, which was the decade that then our people mobilized themselves to towards dislodging the apartheid regime from power. What made these insurgent epistemic traditions distinctive is that they were rooted in social and political struggles waged by students, academics, communities, and workers. At the core of these struggles was a strong desire to transform what Paulo Freire called the pedagogy of the oppressed into a pedagogy of emancipation. One focusing on social justice, radical equality, democratic citizenship, and so on. In one of the languages of our struggle in South Africa in 1980s, this was called People's Education for People's Power. These insurgent epistemic traditions, in my view, were always political, by the way, and always rooted in mass struggles. This is, of course, not unique about the South African experience. That's why you will hear the rest of my speech. It's more around also the concrete challenges that are facing us, so that we do not only philosophize about our realities, but we seek to change them. I'm still a great believer of that quotation by Karl Marx. Philosophers have interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Yes, fundamental. You will hear my input. The political nature and social character of knowledge production has long been recognized by liberation movements and articulated in the writings of leaders such as, unfortunately, they were all male at the time, Julius Nyerere with his notion of Ujamaa, Amilcar Cabral with his notion of culture and liberation, Frantz Fanon on the issue of colonial subject. Okay. Thank you very much. I was also going to mention Thomas Sankara with his anti-imperialism and many others. What made these ideas resonant was that they were rooted in wider mass movements and not simply, important as it is, amongst university scholars. Taken to its logical conclusions, a radical Pan-Africanism is therefore also one aimed at disrupting and transforming dominant relations of power in society as a whole. When I was appointed by the president as Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation now, the way I have defined as one of the key challenges that faces me and everybody in this sphere is the necessity to transform the relations of knowledge production in South Africa and in our continent, and I dare say globally. Because dominant relations of knowledge production are still patriarchal, are still racist, and are still elite. That is what we have inherited. Part of the transformation and creating an African epistemology also has to tackle this. That's why I hope the ideas of Pan-Africanism being debated at today's conference will be progressive and internationalist in orientation, examining different approaches that can interact with other traditions of thought, particularly those committed to social justice and class equality, anti-racism and anti-imperialism, gender equality and against patriarchy, thoughts and traditions that are for participatory democracy, and very important, thoughts and traditions that are for ecological justice and sustainability. It is for this reason that I contend that a progressive Pan-Africanism must place anti-racism, gender equality, and anti-imperialism at its core. I'm not saying this, I'm contributing to a debate already. So I'm not expecting everybody to agree with me. But if this contributes to a debate, then I would have achieved my aim with this introduction or the opening remarks that I've been asked to do. One of the remarkable things about the global capitalist system has been its capacity, at least to date, over the past 300-400 years, to have survived many serious ruptures and crises over hundreds of years, despite deep-seated internal contradictions. There are, of course, many reasons for this, not least the use of force. Colonialism, by the way, was a very essential part of building a global capitalist system. Very important that we understand that you can't divorce the global capitalist system from colonialism. How interesting that at the United Nations last week, the United States and many other European countries were pushed for a resolution at the UN for Russia to pay reparations for the damage that it has caused in Ukraine. The very same countries who have refused to pay reparations for slavery and colonialism. And they expect us to support them on this as African countries, but we have been saying reparations is needed for the enormous damage caused by slavery and colonialism. But then they expect us to walk behind them in the United Nations, lest Russia, give reparations to the Ukraine. No. Part of a radical Pan-Africanism is to be principled as well. The old man, one of the old men who I learned a lot, the late Harry Kwal, used to say, Europeans, they fight amongst themselves and then they declare that a world war. Yet it's Europe fighting against itself, but it's a world war, World War I, World War II. There are, of course, many reasons. I've spoken about this. Capitalism has had its own main source of its own reproduction promoted by powerful corporate interests, mass media, political parties, and through our educational systems. In this narrative, for instance, neoliberal capitalism is preserved in transhistorical terms, as it has been with us forever, as if it's a natural phenomenon and without any workable alternatives. However, in recent years, this system and its central tenets have been in serious crisis, especially after the global financial crisis of 2007-2008. Whilst there have been previous periods of crisis in the history of capitalism, what makes the present-day crisis serious, arguably, is the existential risks it poses, not only to capitalism itself, but to the future of the planet. The threat we are faced with now is actually about the continued existence of this only planet that we have. So African epistemology has to grapple with this reality because we can't be distant. We are the least contributor to carbon emissions, yet we are paying the biggest price as the continent. That's where also African scholarship needs to be seen and be heard and analyzed and engaged. Colleagues, we are meeting at the time when the world is being battered by a series of convergent crises of neoliberal economic globalization, ecological sustainability, social inequality, and collectively these and cumulatively, they register all the hallmarks of a generalized global planetary crisis. As the crisis deepens, we are also witnessing elites in powerful nations relentlessly stoking all sorts of geopolitical tensions, most notably with China, by the way, presumably to deflect attentions of their domestic publics from the real problems. In fact, the problem we are faced with now is an empire that is on the decline. And empires, when they decline, they don't go on a whim. You know? Sometimes they even say, we are not going down alone. Because clearly the United States is being overtaken in many respects now by China. And what is worse, which doesn't go down kindly, is that it's a China that's ruled by communists. How can we have a system ruled by communists, threatening not by arms or nuclear war, but by ideas and innovation? It's threatening to actually overcome us. That is why Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan. Because in essence, she had one mission. It's about the control of microchips and its technology. That now the United States goes out to say nobody who trades with the United States in microchips must trade with China. And then we can't understand our continent outside also of these realities because they happen to have a huge global impact in terms of what they do. Now, these tipping points, the crisis I'm talking about, points to what some distinguished scholars have called a metabolic rift, a rupture in the interaction between humanity and the rest of nature, following the destructive forms of capitalist production, therefore threatening the life-giving systems of the earth. The current planetary scale crisis is unprecedented in that it poses an existential threat to the future of humanity. At its core, as the International Panel on Climate Change has starkly warned, has been steadily rising levels of global warming, unmistakably induced by human social and economic activity over the past 200, 300 years of global industrial development. Whilst there are natural drivers of climate change, it is now widely accepted that human factors have directly altered the biophysical dynamics of the earth. This we have to engage with as African scholars. It's part of African scholarship because it's our reality. That's why even our indigenous knowledge systems may perhaps partly be a solution to some of these problems that we are actually facing. The historical record is replete with much longer periods than the recent history of capitalism, demonstrating an alternative set of values on the basis of which, by the way, our species survived for more than 300,000 years. Again, indigenous knowledge becomes important. In fact, the first humans, Africans, our great ancestors, could have only survived their incredible exodus across the continent into what is now known as Europe and the New World some 70,000 years ago on the strength of cooperation and solidarity, not on the strength of dog eat dog. You know, by the way, today we are told that if you want to grow and develop as a country, these are the things you must do. If you don't do them, you are forced to do them. Follow a certain model of macroeconomic policies. You know, all countries that are successful have privatized and so on. But none of the developed countries went through that route to reach where they are today. They are asking us to follow a path that they never followed. Now, this for me also is another crucial issue of an African epistemology and analyzing what we are about. The values that are still held onto by Africans across the continent still today, Ubuntu, sharing, communalism, and compassion, and can be directly traced back to this great historical experience I'm talking about. In my view, neither the essentialist claims about human nature and the inevitability of capitalism stand up against the critical scrutiny of history. Now, just on knowledge production, innovation, and South Africa's current crisis. The South African economy, which is deeply integrated into this new global economy, is currently facing stark challenges with legacies of social inequality and economic exclusion built over 3 centuries of apartheid colonial history. Today, there is widespread agreement that substantial changes must be made to overcome deep structural barriers to economic participation by black people in the economy. There is also agreement that we require a capable developmental state. You can't have African thought that doesn't grapple with the post-colonial state, for instance. Okay? Also, we can't continue just blaming external factors and also not critically looking at ourselves and the mistakes that the post-colonial state in the continent has also made. Most of those mistakes are not disconnected to the global realities we face, but nevertheless we need to do that. The most important requirement, therefore, in my view, is to create space for millions of our people to reclaim their sense of agency over their lives in the production of food, energy, education, community safety, and security in sustainable livelihoods. We will state as a partner working with, but not to displace or usurp the crucial role to be played by citizens, communities, in shaping our common futures. Overcome the serious existential challenges facing our people, the multiple crises of climate change, energy, food, and crisis, our entire developmental model must be one rooted in a mass-based participatory approach. We must dismantle patronage in all its guises and forms, and we must place the role of grassroots organizations of youth, women, elderly, traders, local business workers at the center of our developmental model, but also at the center of African thought. Because we are dealing with real, living social categories of people. In this context, capacity building through knowledge and skills are of critical importance. It requires an education system that reflects and transforms the realities of the lived experiences of people. It must be rooted in African realities, drawing on the cultural and social ingenuity of our being and solving problems at a local level. This ingenuity I'm talking about, as I will remind you, is rooted in a long history of survival, dating the colonial experience by thousands of years. It's a context where African pedagogies and technologies come into being as they are organically rooted in what people already know, deep ways of being and knowing, and pass from one to the next generation. Colonialism and apartheid disrupted and distorted many of these ways of being, and we need to engage in reality. When COVID-19 pandemic erupted, our domestic economy had already passed through 2 consecutive quarters of recession, marked by major job losses in key economic sectors. COVID has caused huge devastation in the African continent. In fact, science tells us that we have entered the age of pandemics. And as South Africa, we are very, we are very vulnerable. That's why one of the things, whilst I'm still a minister, I am preoccupied with now is to work to bring up a multidisciplinary center on the study of pandemics. very crucial. Related to that, I have a mission, whether I'm still minister or not, to push for the funding of a research and development agenda in the African continent, for the African continent. That agenda is not donor-driven or donor-determined. I can tell you right now, I've become a little bit reluctant, though, when the media is here, because then they start saying things I haven't said, you know. Right now, Europe is facing a huge challenge of energy because of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. They've identified that they need to seek for new sources. And Africa is a possibility for hydrogen, for wind energy, and a range of things. Now, many governments with a very difficult situation, because how do we collaborate with this, but in a manner that will advance our own agenda, not in a manner that will lead to our own recolonization? These are some of the practical, concrete issues that African thought must grapple with. It is indeed to be African thought. In other words, rooted in challenges that we are facing. I have confidence that University of Zululand, with this, will make its own major contribution as one platform for these engagements. Of course, there are many ways through which University of Zululand can pursue its developmental agenda or goals. In the interest of brevity, I will simply highlight 3 areas, for example, in which you can play a seminal role in line with the goals stated by this conference. Firstly, there is the challenge of having a just transition in the transition from carbon-intensive to more climate-friendly forms of energy. The issue of a just energy transition is at the heart of survival. This is a challenge common to all developing countries of the global south. To build sources of renewable energy production and supply at local level, organized in micro and meso-level grids, is key to a future likely to be disrupted by climate events. The university must build African knowledge systems to support the production of solar energy and green hydrogen energy and form part of the wider efforts by government to promote long-term energy security and sovereignty. Find it when we get these periodic blackouts. For instance, the Hydrogen South Africa Roadmap strategy announced by Cabinet earlier this year provides major strategic opportunities to all our universities to join hands in the national effort to secure our energy futures. Professor Ibo Mandaza, some of you will know him, a very distinguished African scholar, is on a mission now to establish a Pan-African university that is going to focus on policy studies, building capacity in the continent to research and produce policies that are actually beneficial to us. And when we engaged, I said, Ibo, one thing you must put at the center of that university and policy is on science, technology, and innovation policy. Very crucial, and it tends to be left behind. African thought can't leave behind matters of science, technology, and innovation. I'm not saying this because I'm a minister. I'm saying this because of facts, and I have already argued why in many respects. It is hoped, therefore, that the bioeconomy strategy, for instance, of our Department of Science and Innovation, provides exciting new opportunities for the use of indigenous knowledge systems to promote food sovereignty, amongst other things. It focuses on building the resilience and adaptive capabilities of community-based economies based on localized food production, trading, and cooperative networks. And such a bioeconomy strategy, by way of example, promotes indigenous knowledge system innovations. It is hoped, therefore, that University of Zululand will target its faculties of science, arts, and commerce to actively engage in this space as it opens up huge opportunities for novel experiments, student entrepreneurship, and enterprise development rooted in the cultures and ecologies of local communities. You will understand, this is an international conference, Prof. I agree with you, but it's taking place at the University of Zululand. So then I can't just talk global, international, Africa, much as this is nice, and leave my university behind to say, how can you use your own institutional culture to be able to advance this initiative that you have actually started? Another opportunity, another example of new opportunities in which University of Zululand could really play a highly innovative role is that of the development of indigenous languages, using artificial intelligence tools that are now increasingly available in the market. You'll remember, Prof, we recently undertook a visit with yourself to the Silicon Valley in the United States to say, okay, what can we learn from this Silicon Valley? And also we met with Google Deep Learning. And what they said there was very interesting, because they said we can rapidly accelerate the development and use of indigenous languages, drawing on machine learning and deep learning tools in both social and commercial life, and tools in both social and commercial life. And Africa has a huge advantage because of the thousands of languages and language dialects that we have. Now, what's likely to happen? Others are going to come from outside and exploit this language advantage for their own end. So part of the African thought, how do we use our own languages as sources of development? As you know, also language is the most powerful transmitter of cultural and social values, and its future development beyond social communication is vital if we are to foreground African epistemologies, as this conference is seeking to do. Finally, let me make a few points. I have to say that one of the things that pains me deeply in recent years had been to witness, this is now something very close to my heart, has been the neglect and degradation of public and community libraries, including here in this province, by the way. This hurts me deeply. I recently visited a public library in my hometown, in Pietermaritzburg, and was alarmed to find out that they lacked basic digitization equipment to copy and preserve precious archival material of our history. Yet it is one of the few libraries of record in our country. I think we've got about 9 libraries of record in South Africa. Perhaps UniZulu can team up with other institutions like UKZN, DUT, and MUT to collaborate with local government and the Department of Arts and Culture to save our public and community libraries. These are very important resources, by the way, even in terms of what we want to do. I can see there is another champion of libraries who is clapping hardest, but the others are not joining in clapping together with her. Having focused on these local examples, I must reiterate the central argument that a progressive tradition of African knowledge systems can only succeed in reaching its true social and economic potential if it is joined up with a wider set of pan-African and pan-developing world alliances. I want to briefly cite just 3 areas where I think much work has to be done. In 2023, South Africa is chairing the BRICS countries forum, and we will have an opportunity to expand this network and its impact on the struggle for an inclusive multilateral global system, not one based on unilateralism, military aggression, and imperialism. African thought has to promote peace and development, because you can never have peace, by the way, if you don't have development. The two things go together. Also, I've mentioned the effort by Professor Ibo Mandaza, which we are supporting as a department, of this idea of a Pan-African university aimed at tackling what we call, in the language of our Department of Science and Innovation, the grand challenges facing humanity, which, by the way, African thought also have to grapple with. My own wish to work towards an African research, as I have said, an innovation foundation, to work across the continent to drive game-changing breakthrough science and technology innovations to underpin the quest of the African continent, to break free from the grip of neo-colonial dependency, imperial patronage, and underdevelopment. In conclusion, may I reiterate that a progressive Pan-African and South-South knowledge paradigm requires us to be an engaged scholarly community, aspiring to be organic and not comprador. Okay? We must aspire to be organic and not be an extension of sometimes, or in many instances, interests that are against what we want to be as a continent. As intellectuals rooted in the lived experience of our people, it also requires this progressive Pan-African and South-South knowledge paradigms an open, self-critical intellectual disposition, able to place its worldview firmly on the ground while selectively appropriating, adapting, and assimilating the insights and experiences of other worldviews that are compatible with historic interests. This is important because some people, interpret Pan-Africanism that we only concentrate on ourselves, on the continent, and so on. We must engage the rest of the world boldly and confidently from our own Pan-African perspectives, and seek to engage with the whole world, and not to lock ourselves into some little corner. Now, I have sought to raise epistemological issues through, as I have said, concrete challenges facing us and the world, our continent and our country. Because generating theories from analysis of concrete conditions, theories must always derive from that, by the way, is as equally important as concrete actions being informed by theoretical clarity. Now, one of my favorites, some of you may disagree, revolutionaries and intellectual, was a Russian by the name of Lenin. He puts this, what I'm trying to say this here, very aptly. He said, theory without practice is sterile, and practice without theory is blind. Okay? I still think this remains an important point of departure for African epistemology. It's part of the inheritance of revolutionary experience and language that can help us. May I wish you well with this promising conference, and once more, congratulate my alma mater for this initiative. That's why I'm proudly wearing my blazer today. Thank you very much.
While standing, can we continue with the ovation? It's what the English call a standing ovation, please. Yeah. And at this moment, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal will take the honor to hand over the token of appreciation from the university to the Honorable Minister. I am happy that I'm not the one who is going to speak directly after the minister. because he's set the bar so high that you would tremble if you were not prepared. When we do this kind of events, we expect political functionaries to come and say sometimes sterile administrative things, and then we say, let's get on with the conference. The minister has gone or the president has gone. But unfortunately, that's not what has happened today. He has set the bar very high. Thank you so much, Minister. One more time, colleagues, please. Thank you. And I'm also happy, on behalf of the conference organizers, in particular the Vice Chancellor and the DVC institutional support, that we do have speakers who will not lower the bar. We do have speakers who, I'm looking at them now, and they know that they won't lower the bar. Thank you so much. With great pleasure, I would like now that we proceed. We've not gone so much over time, and these time guides, we know that. The schedule is a guide to carry us on. It is not one of those orthodoxies, Mr. Minister, that we have to follow. The schedule is just a guide that will guide us. We will now invite for the first invited keynote address, which will be delivered by Professor Michael West. He will be duly introduced by the chair of that session, who is none other than another one of our indefatigable leaders at the University of Zululand, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Institutional Support, Professor Sipho Siepe. Prof. Siepe.
Good morning. Dumelang. Minister Blade Nzimande, the Vice Chancellor of the University, and most importantly, our Chairperson of Council. Minister, this would not have been possible without the Chair of Council directing us to move in this direction. For that, ma'am, we are very grateful. I consider the Minister's presentation, Vice Chancellor, to be more of a line of march. We have tried to put together a concept paper to guide us. But what the Minister has done is to sophisticate it, but also to complicate it. And we're still grateful. I have the pleasure of inviting our friend, and the Minister did indicate that when we meet as Africans, wherever we are, it's about a family gathering. This year, myself and the VC had the pleasure of visiting Pennsylvania State University, where we asked Professor Michael West to grace this occasion. I'm here to introduce him in 1 minute. I will not do what my chair had actually done by integrating different perspectives. Professor West is a professor of American Studies, History, African Studies, and currently the head of African American Studies at the Pennsylvania State University. He has published extensively in the fields of South African history. When we were in Penn State, Michael was telling us about his escapades in Umtata, in Bisho, in Harare. He was mentioning all these places. And you could see that he is a professor who's rooted in engagement with communities, not looking at communities through lenses that are out of focus, which is what the minister was saying about most of the academy and academics in this country, that when we look at the reality, it is through reading, not engaging. He's also a professor. He studied Pan-Africanism and has written extensively in that area. And his current research, Minister, you'll be very impressed, is to reflect and look at the Black Power movement in global perspectives. Without much ado, may I ask Professor West to do us the honor.
Thank you, Professor Siepe. The moderator noted that the bar has been set, and indeed the bar can only go lower from here. I tremble to speak after the minister. You're lucky here in South Africa to have a minister of the caliber and the commitment, the profundity, the good humor I might add, of Dr. Nzimande. I've been hearing a good deal about him in recent weeks. I gather there are some people in South Africa who, some officials in South Africa who have a habit of making statements that are uncomplimentary to foreigners, and particularly to African foreigners. But our minister has a reputation for working the Pan-African circuit. And I've had multiple reports about his activities in that regard in recent weeks. In Dakar, I've spoken with people in Harare in recent days. I came here from Harare last night, and the minister's name is on multiple lips. I want to thank you for your Pan-Africanism, Minister. Thank you. It is a great pleasure and indeed a signal honor to have been invited to address this August forum. I am to thank the conveners for the invitation. I met two of them, the Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Support, Professors Ntosi and Siepe earlier this year. They were visiting, as Professor Siepe previously mentioned, my place of work, the Pennsylvania State University in the United States, and my co-worker, Professor Sinfree Makoni, who will be coming on later on by Zoom, was kind enough to make an introduction. It would perhaps be going too far to say that that initial meeting was a case of love at first sight. It was more like love at first speech. From the outset, we seemed to be speaking the same language. The language of intellectual emancipation, or to be more precise, self-emancipation. In sum, the language of African intellectual self-emancipation, which is what I understand African thought, the theme of this conference to me. And so that is one of the great lessons of the experiences of African peoples, and indeed of oppressed peoples throughout the world, in the modern world. Emancipation is a consequence of self-exertion. It is never granted emancipation, it has to be seized. It must be self-emancipation or it is meaningless. It can be easily reversed. Now, some 2 decades ago, a meeting was held down the coast from here in Richards Bay. It was an important meeting, convened to combat xenophobia and related intolerances worldwide. I'm sure many people in this room were at that meeting. I believe the minister was there too. Durban in 2001. And out of that Durban meeting came the Durban Declaration. At Durban, the conferees were concerned with racism and intolerance in its multiple variations, largely as a political quest. Here at Richards Bay, the chief subject, African thought, is largely an intellectual and ontological question, but of course one with wider implications, as the minister has been pointed out. And indeed, what the minister did was to lay out what Professor Siepe called a line of march, what you may call a syllabus, a veritable syllabus for African thought. That it involves not merely the humanities and the social sciences and the behavioral sciences, but indeed all the sciences, all the biological sciences, the physical sciences, and so forth. Now at Durban, they produced a program of action. African thought, and it should be pointed out that peoples of African descent were singled out for special attention in the Durban Declaration. African thought must help to guide such action. Lenin is entirely correct. Theory must guide action, just as action must inform theory. And so, in that spirit, we may want to consider responding to the Durban Declaration with a declaration of our own at the end of this meeting. We may call it perhaps the Richards Bay Declaration. My address is entitled The Regeneration of Africa Revisited, with the subtitle Toward a Global African University. Now, that is slightly different from the subtitle that appears in the conference program. But of course, titles and subtitles are always works in progress rather than finished work. Now, there are a few things that are really new, as we read in multiple places, and the title of my address is not among them. My title, rather, is borrowed, just one of many borrowings I'll be making this morning, and I hope that I have perhaps 30 minutes or so. 30 minutes or so, all right. I won't bore you beyond there, I hope. Now, since I hail from the west bank of the Atlantic, I should probably begin my intellectual appropriations there. My starting point is one Booker T. Washington, the famous, one may even say infamous, U.S. African-American educator and political accommodator. Now, I cite Washington not because of his contribution to African thought. Indeed, his critics accused him of impeding African thought, but for his contribution to parables, and in particular, the parable of the bucket, Now, Washington, who was well known to the foundational generations of Western-trained African intellectuals, especially on this continent, well, especially, I want to say especially in this country, South Africa, exhorted African Americans to, quote, cast down your bucket where you are. Cast down your bucket where you are. By that, he meant they should engage locally. And in that spirit, I wish to cast down my bucket for a moment here in KwaZulu-Natal this morning. The title of my address is inspired by a son of this soil, one Pixley Ka Isaka Seme. In other words, I want to return to the source, so to speak, as the great African theorist and practitioner from Guinea-Bissau once put it, Amilcar Cabral. Now, Seme hardly needs to be introduced to a South African audience, and certainly not by me. Suffice it to say that we'll state here merely the obvious. Seme is perhaps best known in this country as a founding figure of the South African Native National Congress and a pioneering black lawyer. But the aspect of Seme's life that inspired my address was his role as a vindicator of African historicity and black humanity. Vindicator of African historicity, that is, of African historical integrity, and of black humanity on a global scale. That is to say, a defender of African peoples against the Eurocentric and white supremacist defamation that they were devoid of history, that they were a people without a past, at least a past worth noting or celebrating, and that Africans and their descendants worldwide occupied the lowest rungs on the human family, if indeed they were to be considered human at all. As a vindicator of African historicity and humanity, Seme's great contribution is well known. It was his famous oration at Columbia University in New York City in 1906, an address he titled The Regeneration of Africa. And so I've come here today to a forum organized by the University of Zululand to offer some reflections on Seme's 1906 oration in the light of current efforts to rethink the meaning and purpose of the African University. Hence my title, The Regeneration of Africa Reconsidered. The subtitle, Toward an African University, which is a new subtitle, is inspired by the English translation of one of the works of Frantz Fanon, Toward the African Revolution. Now, Fanon, too, needs no introduction to South African audiences, at least to South African audiences of a certain generation and ideological orientation. Fanon was arguably the single most important influence on the global Black Power movement of the long 1960s, which, of course, in South Africa assumed the name of Black consciousness. A regenerated Africa is precisely the aim of moving toward an African university, a university centered on African thought, one striving for African intellectual self-emancipation. Now, of course, you've already heard this morning, better than I, far better than I can articulate it, the whole point of the university. It is to produce knowledge, to organize knowledge, and to disseminate knowledge. That usually means, of course, a knowledge that subserves the interests, the material interests of the ruling classes and underwrite their ideological dominance. The university in Africa can play that role, the role of subserving the interests of the ruling classes. The African university, however, cannot. The mission of the African university is to challenge, to question, to disrupt, to stand firmly against what is, and to hold high the banner of what ought to be. And what ought to be is a university dedicated to African self-emancipation, beginning with African intellectual self-emancipation. But I want to submit further, and this is part of my mission here this morning, that the African university ought to be global, and you've heard that already. But I want to make the point for globalism in a more specific way. The African university should be one that encompasses peoples of African descent worldwide, in and out of the continent. That is to say, a global African university. A global African university would be consistent with the vindicationist vision of Seme, who built on foundations by previous cohorts of intellectuals of African descent. And many of those came from the diaspora. In his Columbia University oration, Seme spoke not in continental, but in global terms. He spoke for Africa, the scattered descendants of Africa, and indeed for oppressed humanity throughout the world. And so my mission today at this seat of higher learning in his native KwaZulu-Natal is to offer a kind of vindication of the continued relevance of Seme's vision for a global Africa in the 21st century. The brighter day is rising up in Africa, Seme noted in his Columbia oration. Already, and here I'm quoting, already I seem to see her chains dissolved, her desert plains red with harvest, her Abyssinia and her Zululand, the seat of science and religion, reflecting the glory of the rising sun from the spires of their churches and universities. End of quotation. Now, waxing poetic, Seme came to his conclusion. Yes, he continued, quoting again, the regeneration of Africa belongs to this new and powerful period. O Africa, like some great century plant that shall bloom, in ages hence we watch thee in our dreams, see in thy swamps the prosperer of our stream. Thy doors unlocked, where knowledge in her tomb hath lain innumerable years in gloom. Then shalt thou, walking in that morning gleam, shine as thy sister lands with equal beam. Close quote. Such was the vision of a regenerated Africa, regenerated global Africa, if you like. Now, I do not know if Seme is honored in some way at the University of Zululand. If not, the African University could rectify that neglect, and I would submit with all respect, Madam Vice Chancellor, that perhaps a speaker series on global Africa named in honor of Seme would be a fitting tribute. Now, esteemed colleagues, workers, friends, and foes, and it would be folly to assume the vision of African University, of African thought, has no. Ours is not a new struggle. The battle we now wage, or seek to wage, joined long ago. Seme's work is evidence of that. Even more powerful evidence can be found in the life and labor of Edward Wilmot, one of those on whose shoulders Seme stood. Arguably the foremost Africanist intellectual of the 19th century, Blade is a pivotal figure in the historic struggle for an African university. Blyden's biography also illustrates a theme in the story of the African diaspora on the west bank of the Atlantic in the Americas, namely yearning for return. That is to say, a desire to turn the Atlantic slave trade on its head, to reverse and to come full circle back to the ancestral homeland. This yearning for return among Africans of the diaspora lingers on today in the culture and music of Rastafari, which has found audiences and indeed even adherents on this continent. Consider the song of reggae, that iconic music of Rastafari. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, we wept when we remembered Zion. How can we sing a song in a strange land? The Caribbean boy who died some 2 years before the rise of Rastafari to actually turn his back on Babylon and come to live on this continent. He spent almost his entire adult life between Liberia and Sierra Leone. Blyden was, among other things, president of Liberia College, as it was then called, now the University of Liberia. And Blyden's inaugural address as president of Liberia College in 1881 should, I want to submit, find a place of honor on the syllabus of those struggling to create an African university today. It is a struggle, Blyden reminded us, not merely of Africanizing the university staff and leadership, vital and important though that may be, And let me say that it means something, and something vitally important, that our host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, is an African and an African woman. That would have been impossible under the system of apartheid, under the system of apartheid, shall I say, of damnable memory. And so Africanization has released has emancipated, shall we say, the potential of the Mtosi's of this land, and indeed of the Nzimandes of this land as well. You could not, apartheid could not produce a minister of this caliber. Impossible. Impossible. And so, yes, Africanization, nor could apartheid produce a vice chancellor of this caliber. Someone who is now in the vanguard, shall we say, of the effort to create an African university, to put African thought into practice. And so, yes, Africanization is necessary, but Africanization is also insufficient. Africanization is a means to an end. It is not an end in itself. The end is transformation. That is to say, transformation of the structures of power, not just of the structures of power, but even more fundamentally of the structures of wealth created by colonialism, including of the apartheid variety. And so those structures must be transformed. They must be turned upside down, socially leveled, if you like. Africanization without Africanization without transformation, I should say, is political corruption of the rankest sort, a betrayal of the struggle for self-emancipation. And so as in politics, so too in thought. Africanization and transformation must be inseparable. To be sure, Blyden, like Seme, like the leaders of contemporary Africa, whether in the continental or global sense, was no social leveler. Blyden was, however, unswerving in his dedication to the African university. So let me invite you for 30 seconds or so to listen to Blyden's diagnosis of the problem facing builders of an African university, as articulated in his inaugural address as president of Liberia College some 70 years ago. Quoting Blyden now. All our traditions and experiences are connected with a foreign race. We have no poetry or philosophy but that of our taskmasters. The songs that live in our ears and are often on our lips are the songs we heard sung by those who shouted while we groaned and lamented. They sang of their history, which was the history of our degradation. They recited their triumphs, which contained the records of our humiliation. To our great misfortune, we learned their prejudices and their passions and thought we had their aspirations and their power. End of quotation. Now, this was above all a call for intellectual self-emancipation. Blyden was a key link in the evolution of a global African worldview, conjoining cohorts of African intellectuals who came before and after him. A defining contribution of the Western diaspora was precisely this global African worldview. Postmodernist scholars have now taken to calling it the invention in imagination of Africa. It was a spatially unbounded project, this global African worldview. It conceived of African peoples not in ethnic, national, imperial, regional, or even continental, but in global terms. Thus was born the idea of Africans as a global people with a set of congruent interests. This was a novel conception of international solidarity, one centered on common African ancestry, but that was only the starting point, and that in itself was not fundamentally important. One centered on common African ancestry and shared historical experiences, and this is the key point, shared historical experiences of enslavement, colonialism, and racial oppression. In other language, the degradation of blackness and Africanness. In a short retort, the African worldview envisioned a world free of human bondage and racial oppression. And so the intellectuals had done their work, having written in black. It remained for the global African worldview to be written in blood, in black blood. And that would be the historic mission of the Haitian Revolution. And I've come here today to make a case in respect of the Haitian Revolution. It is not without reason that the African vindicators were so fond of history. The great lesson of history is this: the present does not necessarily look like the past. And the transformative conclusion, the revolutionary conclusion to be drawn from that lesson is this: the future does not have to look like the past. Tomorrow can be better than today. Which brings me back to the Haitian Revolution. Today, Haiti, half an island in the Caribbean, is a byword among nations, the poorest place in the Western Hemisphere. Black power and black consciousness would raise the question of black beauty in all its forms. The black power and black consciousness folks cried out, black. They cried out against all Eurocentric proclamations and actions to the contrary is beautiful. Never before or since has the beauty of blackness in the form of armed struggle been more brilliantly and successfully displayed as it was in the great historical saga called the Haitian Revolution, dated from 1791 to 1804. It was one of the most improbable events in the entire human experience, the Haitian Revolution. Defying all the odds of the ages, the Haitian Revolution, conducted entirely by enslaved people in the Americas, stood as the mother of all displays in African self-emancipation against slavery, colonialism, white supremacy, and other forms of oppression attendant on the capitalist mode of production. And I mean global African emancipation. At the time of the revolution, more than half of Haiti's population, half of whom would die in the revolution, was born on the African continent. The success of the Haitian Revolution as a military venture owed much to tactics, strategies, and training brought from the African continent to the Americas. For transnational effect, or for transformational effect, I should say, the Haitian Revolution put to shame the other two great revolutions that happened in the Western world in that era, namely the American and French revolutions. All three revolutions in the United States, France, and Haiti confronted the same trinity of oppression, that is to say, colonialism, slavery, and white supremacy. But only the Haitian Revolution, and the Haitian Revolution alone, abolished the entire trinity. But so daring an act of self-emancipation, which also profoundly disrupted the capitalist plantation system in the Americas, Haiti has never been forgiven by the white powers of the Atlantic, which goes a long way toward explaining Haiti's current dilemma. All of global Africa, indeed all of oppressed humanity in the modern world, owe a profound debt to Haiti. That debt is little known, much less acknowledged on this continent of Africa. It is a debt that the African University must repay intellectually. In the African University, the Haitian Revolution must take pride of place in the study of revolution, which of course must be a key subject. African thought, I want to submit, African thought must remain incomplete if it does not come to terms with the implications of the Haitian Revolution. Which brings me to another revolution, one having occurred on this very land, where we sit and stand. I wish, in conclusion, to cast on my bucket one more time in KwaZulu-Natal. The parable of the bucket this time brings up the Zulu Revolution, as it's sometimes called, which came hard on the heels of the Haitian Revolution. It remains for scholars of the African University to tease out the connections between these two events, the Haitian and Zulu revolutions, indirectly for sure, but potentially also directly. One of the failures which the African University must overcome is a failure of imagination. The Zulu Revolution was perhaps the most consequential African-initiated event, or rather series of events, on the Southern African subcontinent in the 19th century. These interrelated events reshaped the demographic and political geography of the subcontinent as far north as Tanzania, out of which would come later the Arusha Declaration, another key document for creators of the African University. Now, I would not presume to lecture an audience at the University of Zululand on the Zulu Revolution. That would be too presumptuous. I would, however, call attention to an outcome of the Zulu Revolution that has largely escaped scholarly attention, that is to say, its global impact. A key outcome of the Zulu Revolution and its after effects was the globalization of the Zulu nomenclature, that is, of the Zulu name itself, an interest globally, particularly in global Africa, of Zulu culture and history. And so this resulting Zulu world civilization, as we may call it, will no doubt be of special interest to the African University in KwaZulu-Natal. That is, returning to local knowledge. Item. They sing about the Zulu king in New Orleans. And they even have a Zulu king in New Orleans. With all due respect to the newly crowned King Mr. Zulu. Now, in much of the literature, the Zulu Revolution is called the Mfakane. I hope I'm pronouncing that word correctly, but probably not. You'll forgive me. It has a click, does it? Mfakane, all right, okay. It is normally translated into English as the shattering, at least this is the translation I've seen over the years, the shattering, the shattering or the scattering, or both. And that precisely would be the mission of the African University, of African thought generally. It is to shatter the shibboleth of the Eurocentric university and the Eurocentric curriculum, and to scatter in their place the African thought of intellectual self-emancipation, which is the foundation and pillar of the African University, the global African University. This second Mfakane would be waged not so much by the sword, but by the pen, to be written not so much in blood, but in black. There are few institutions of higher learning better situated to assume leadership of this second Mfakane, this intellectual shattering and scattering than the University of Zululand. And so thus would be made manifest, perhaps, an axiom from a well-known place, which goes something like this. The stone that the builders refuse, the stone that the apartheid builders refuse, could yet become the chief cornerstone. A node for African thought, as noted in the motto of the conference. And so we say, forward with the second Mfakane, African thought regenerated and remade toward the global African revolution. Thank you for your attention.
Vice Chancellor, I am in receipt of the paper delivered by the Minister. It will be part of the book we're going to produce so that we implicate him. Exactly. And in his introduction, Michael talked about friends and foes. Chair of Council, I thought he was playing around with the idea of saying that every space we occupy should be a site of struggle. And I think Dr. Nzimande will know that that seems to be a thing that we forget, that every space that we occupy should be a site of struggle, and a struggle for total emancipation of African people. And I couldn't agree more with the submission by Professor West, but also to indicate, Minister, that one of the things that we have agreed to in this university is to ensure that there's a serious partnership between us and the likes of Professor West as some of the people who will be engaging the staff and our students. So we're looking towards a very fruitful engagement. And I like the idea that says, how can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? And how Blyden made sure that he acts on that lamentation or Jeremiah. With that, I would like to invite Professor Ndlovu, who is our respondent. He's a professor of anthropology and development studies at the University of Zululand. Professor Ndlovu. While he's slowly moving, I should also say, he's also an expert on coloniality and decoloniality.
Thank you very much for the invitation to become a respondent to this well-presented paper by Professor West. Firstly, I would like to say all protocol observed. The paper is quite wide-ranging and very stimulative. I didn't know what to pick and to leave out, but I'm careful not to try to represent another paper, to present another paper. First of all, I would like to pick the areas of convergence, one interesting area of convergence between what the Honorable Minister presented and what Prof. West presented. This comes in simple terms. The cognitive empire and the physical empire, they are mutually reinforcing. And you put it very simple when you said in your paper, Africanization is not for the sake of Africanization, but is for the sake of changing the lives of people. It is not for the sake of changing the university, but the university is an anchor, is an in-between space between the lived experience and theory, if I can put it in that way. Then the other point that you raised, which I can summarize as the significance of history and identity. History and identity. If you do Africanization without anchoring it on the history and identity, then it becomes a problem, because you might fall into the trap that you have been in the long struggle, because this struggle does not begin today. The history of co-option while we are trying to change things. I think Fanon put it very clearly that we are trapped in something like repetition without change. So we need a point of break from that cycle of repetition without change. And that repetition without change, I think the minister spoke very well about it, the issue of comprado bourgeois kind of thinking, whereby us as academics we are likely to be the most colonized people. So self-reflection and self-retreat and thinking about us ourselves as a problem is also part and a parcel of the issue. Prof, you mapped very well the genesis of your title and the subtitle, demonstrating the practically to us, what does it mean to sit on the shoulders of the giants? You mentioned Priestley, Ka Isaka, Kaseme, Frantz Fanon, Edward Wilmot Blyden. From there, you moved on to remind us of the significance of history of liberation, which we need to excavate in order to move forward, particularly the paradigmatic events like the Haitian Revolution. I've always wondered sometimes when people are hunted in another part of the world, why their bodies are thrown into the sea. Then I'm thinking of the Haitian Revolution as a space of epistemological pilgrimage. Epistemologically, we move to that space for inspiration. And I understand that has been the practice of coloniality. That has been taking the bodies sometimes of people, throwing them in the sea so that people, they don't go there to get inspiration. So that revolution becomes an inspiration because it is paradigmatic in terms of posture vis-a-vis the structural world order that we live in. The other one, the point that you raised also reminded us about Africanization is not just an academic endeavor, but for the achievement of greater African regeneration. This reminds me of one problem that is always encountered in our discourse, the issue of equating deracialization with the decolonization, whereby we put black bodies, and by putting black bodies, we think we've done the job. Yet we forget about where the thinking comes from. I think most African scholars have done great work about decolonizing the mind, showing that they are aware that a black body does not necessarily mean that the thinking is revolutionary or is progressive in that regard. And the same can be said about female bodies that can speak patriarchal, eminent patriarchal theories and all that. And then there was an interesting part where I saw the good debate between the minister and the prof. The issue, which in my discernment is, this is a matter of discernment, is not a prof being afraid of being locked out. Saying Africa must be, you must be reminded Africa is open, is global. And the minister says, no, but my university is located in Africa here. So someone being afraid of being locked in, the other one being afraid of being locked outside. But I think the compromise is to sit and stand and vibrate across the spaces where Africans are. Yeah. The last issue that I would want to speak about is the issue of terminologies. You both used the word emancipation. I wonder if we don't need to explore much about those terms, emancipation versus the term liberation. What is the genealogy of the term emancipation and what is the genealogy of the term liberation? Then the other one that we need also to talk about, especially in the context of South Africa, is the term transformation versus the term decolonization. What are the implications of such terms? Do they have some limits? Do they have some possibilities? Then the other one, which you did not utter but came to my mind, is the issue of epistemic justice versus epistemic revolution. Whether do we need epistemic justice, justice from who, or we need epistemic revolution, which is, for me, is a different posture. Then the other thing, Prof, that I think we need to explore more is your concept of Global Africa University. I didn't get its implications quite very well, but I think it is a point that needs further exploration and explication. Without really trying to present the paper again, let me thank you and end here.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ndlovu. He is identified as being from the Department of Development Studies and Anthropology, but I call him a philosopher. Can we just maybe give him one more round of applause? And my task at this moment, colleagues, is to announce that we will break for coffee shortly, during which time the Honorable Minister will take his leave. We will reconvene. VC, can we reconvene at 12 instead of 12? So we'll reconvene at 12. And let me mention also, if you look at the program, later in the day, after the third keynote, there is a period of reflections which would very possibly include interactions. So I know that we have been taking notes, and we may now be able individually to air the ideas that we have. I don't know if I have this brief, VC, but I'd really like to thank your panel and your panel, DVC, for getting this conference off to a fantastic start. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Shall we put our hands together? Thank you. We may now break for coffee.
Recording in progress.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Thanks, colleagues. It's now 12:15, and the program continues. We now have the, I don't want to say uphill task, but we now have to try to keep up with the tempo and the momentum already set from the morning. Our speakers are here already. And I'll like to take this time, if we are still live streaming, to speak directly to those who are joining us online. I'm not sure we welcomed them or spoke to them directly in the morning session, but just to thank you for joining this interesting, this engaging conference and symposium, colloquium, and the buffet of ideas that's ongoing right now at the Bonn Hotel, Waterside, Richards Bay, hosted by, of course, the University of Zululand. So we thank all those who are online, we welcome you, and we say there is more to come. And without further wasting time, would like to introduce the panel for the second keynote address. It's the panel after the coffee break, which has delayed a bit, for which we apologize. Our speaker is here, is Professor Opoku Agyeman from the Pan-African Society and Foundation in the United States of America. And our chair is also here. And I'll take this time to invite her to the podium. Professor Fuyoka Zinomlomo, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning. Prof.
Is it still a morning or an afternoon? Still a... It's afternoon. Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I will have to observe protocol because the Chair of Council is still with us, but she's outside in the VC, and greet them in absentia. Our guests, honorable guests, who are here with us this morning throughout the day, and the university management, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine is very, very easy. My job, Program Director Dr. Akpome, is very, very simple, is to chair this session whereby we will be having a second keynote speaker by one of our esteemed guests, that is Professor Agyeman. I will read to you, I will introduce him to you formally. And I won't take the approach that was taken by the Chair of Council in terms of having the two views. I will just take the latter, that is the longest view. And I hope you'll be with me. Yes. Professor Opoku Agyeman is Professor Emeritus of Political Science at Montclair State University and Director of the Pan-African Society and Foundation, whose core mission is the integration of Black Africa into a union of African states through the vehicle of a university of the Black world. The Pan-African Society and Foundation envisions one powerful African nation that anchors and secures Black people universally. He previously taught at Cornell University, the University of California at Berkeley, the University of Dar es Salaam, and the University of the West Indies, among other institutions. His numerous books and articles grapple with vital issues in international and comparative politics, focusing on Africa's perennially vulnerable link to the international system and the imperatives and obstacles to political integration in sub-Saharan Africa. He is widely acclaimed the foremost scholar on fundamentalist Pan-Africanism. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming Professor Agiman. Agiman. Prof. Aji. Oh, you know, I'm using my African accent because G is a G in my home language. So I'm already talking to your speech, being an African. Yes, Prof. Agiman will be talking about systematizing, operationalizing, and modeling African thought in an epistemological vortex of global Africana. And that resonates with what our minister said. You'll remember that he mentioned that if we're talking about African thought, there must be systematic planning. That I took and in his speech. Without wasting time, Prof, you are welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for being here to hear what I have to say in contribution to this important event. As she mentioned, I come from a fundamentalist Pan-African standpoint. So I am going to take a hard-nosed critical approach to the record of Africa within the global South. What has become of the old and famous assumptions of epistemological convergence in the South? Can we realistically continue to invest in it? I will establish that this is not the case, that it is time we moved beyond it. I'll conclude that Africa has a distinct history and existential problem that only Africans can solve. First of all, I will delve briefly into the global North, and then I'll come down to talk about the global South and see what Africa's position is in relation to them. The North and South are not geographical concepts. The North is used as a shorthand description for the world's rich, industrialized former colonial powers of Western Europe, plus the United States, Canada, Japan, Australia, and Japan. The South is a shorthand for the world's recently colonized, less developed or developing countries, as you know, ranging from the rich but yet to industrialized oil states of the Middle East, through the so-called Third World encompassing most South American countries and others from Asia and a few from Africa, to the so-called Fourth World of states, the poorest countries of the globe, located for the most part in the Indian subcontinent, sub-Saharan Africa, and the Caribbean region. Effective epistemologies in the South, born in struggle against the North, depended on the South's capacity to drum up effective cohesion from its many fragments. Acute and persistent centrifugal tendencies will make disaggregation of the unit all but inevitable. Let me say a few things about the North. We all know about it, but it's best we make clear what we mean by it. Western imperialism, we know, has propelled, in the words of Jeffrey Sachs, it was propelled by the ideology of the right and obligation of European and European-descended white to rule the lives of others around the world, and in the bargain to commit with impunity every sort of injustice in remote countries, using Europe's superiority of force. Indeed, going back some 500 years, Europe's record of brutal destruction and wreckage of souls across the globe is unarguable. But wherefore this exceeding ferocious, unprecedented savagery? Chinese historical empowerment and its relations with the outside world bear significant contrast to this. China was at the zenith of power in the 15th century, being the first to invent the gunpowder and the magnetic compass. Their overall cultural and technological advance made them natural candidates for overseas explorations and expeditions. And yet, in spite of the overwhelming power, the Chinese never set out to plunder or murder, unlike the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the European invaders of the Indian Ocean. The self-restraint was embedded in the Confucian Code that deplored warfare and considered armed forces to be necessary only for purposes of deterring foreign attacks. To what extent did the plague of 1348, dubbed the Black Death, which killed off half of Europe's population and so traumatized and devastated the European psyche that it was considered a harbinger of apocalypse, even as it set off a monstrous upheaval, including a witch-hunting craze through the 16th and 17th centuries? To what extent did this contribute to an orientation of total disregard for the humanity of non-Europeans? Western historiography going back to the 16th century reflected the belief in the central purpose of scholarship in quotes. It reflected the central belief that the central purpose of scholarship was fabricate and propagate a notion of the intrinsic supremacy of everything European. The production of knowledge therefrom was infused with intellectual fabrication, deceit, and presumptuousness, driven by a motive force, above all, to proclaim African congenital inferiority, to promulgate a doctrine of a people with no history of civilizing accomplishments of any sort, a people whose only reason for existence is to be slaves of others, principally the Europeans. The success of this campaign of cognitive conspiracy and calumniation is indicated by the fact that even at this stage of the 21st century, intellectual and social consciousness remains sealed off from the stock of hard evidence proclaiming the glorious seminal achievements of the world's most ancient people. The hegemonic role of Western epistemology that accompanied Western colonial rampage continues to sustain itself through the exclusion and othering of other epistemologies. It has taken a lot of mental twists and turns and gyrations and deflections on the part of legions of so-called Western scholars based in so-called Western prestigious universities to contrive cognitive escapism from irrefutable facts about Europe's historic crimes against Africa and its people. I call them Western intellectual magicians. One of them starts off grudgingly with the admission, quote, "Little surpasses the Western world in the cruelty and depredations that it has long imposed on Africa." And then he jumps off in the very next breath to say that Europe's role was far from crucial in destroying Africa, that the main villain, the central cause of Africa's development gap, was Africa's geography, saying it, quote, lacks navigable rivers with access to the ocean for easy transport and trade. A prominent Ivy League professor must have been inspired by Adam Smith, who observed back in 1776 in his book, The Wealth of Nations, that Africa had been poor from time immemorial because it lacked navigable rivers and natural inlets that affords the benefits of low-cost sea-based trade. The South, of course, is a metaphor, as D'Souza aptly put it, of the human suffering caused by capitalism and colonialism at the global level, and a metaphor as well of the resistance to overcome or minimize such suffering. It is a South that also exists in the global North in the form of excluded, silenced, marginalized populations. The South's resistance to overcome strategy operated organizationally through the non-aligned movement, which was founded in 1961, and the Group of 77, established in 1964. Shared epistemic outlook was one thing. Creating a strong unifying institutional force, quite another. Since the Group of 77, soon to grow to 134, was by no means a homogeneous group cohesiveness proved difficult to maintain. The exclusion of most Latin American countries from the preferential schemes of the Lomé Convention, which inaugurated in 1976, focused on aid and investment commitment of the European Economic Community to the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, and provided for duty-free exports of most agricultural and mineral exports into the EEC, was a case in point. This is a discriminatory element set in there, benefiting these particular countries, and the other countries in the South, of course, were chagrined by it. A more thorny development emerged in the wake of the Arab-Israeli War of October 1973, when the members of the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia, imposed a combination of oil price increases and embargo that boosted the earnings of the Arab states, while causing significant economic stress to almost all the developing countries, particularly those in Africa, through increased petroleum costs and debt servicing problems. As a matter of fact, a debt crisis erupted in Africa in the 1980s, opening the way to the virtual return of colonialism in a new form, as 43 of the 52 countries in Africa found themselves roped into the IMF World Bank stranglehold of imposed austerities and sharply curtailed sovereignty. It did not help matters that in the face of so much sacrifice in the service of Afro-Arab solidarity, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates blatantly contravened the United Nations oil embargo against apartheid South Africa, adopted in 1975. Amidst the jewels of asymmetrical linkages, the virus of anti-African racism loomed across the South. There was no way one could miss the deprecation of Africa implied in the glaring imbalance in the representation of African and Asian countries at the 1955 Bandung Conference and the illusion of Afro-Asian solidarity it conveyed. Then there is the case of Mahatma Gandhi, who during his 21-year career in South Africa, quote, resisted any movement towards the social and political solidarity of African and Asian peoples, who castigated Africans as uncivilized lots, mired in a, quote, life of sloth, indolence, and superstition, and who made it crystal clear that Africans deserve to be held down in their own land by the European racists. Reem Abu El-Fadl averred categorically in 2020 that Afro-Arab international affiliations did not make inroads in Egypt because they were often underfed by racist attitudes fostered in turn by tropes of civilizational superiority and legacies of slavery. Then there is the miserable and wretched place of Africans in the social universe of a so-called pigmentocratic Latin America, from Cuba to Venezuela. In Brazil, the most African nation outside Africa, where the largest population of African descent in the Western Hemisphere dwells, blacks, quote, are almost totally excluded from the decision-making centers, and the vast majority of them remain, generations after the abolition of slavery, at the very bottom of the economic and social pyramid. In Peru, an Andean nation of 23 million people, the thinking is that, quote, it is aesthetically pleasing to see black people in subservient and demeaning roles. In Argentina, where black people accounted for up to half the population in provinces like San Diego del Estero, Catamarca, Salta, and Córdoba, mass disappearance began to occur following slavery's abolition in 1853. As the country's president, Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, during his tenure from 1868 to 1874, set out to wipe out the blacks in the country through a policy of covert genocide, they called it, using extremely repressive policies. He mused in his diary in 1848, quote, "What is to be done with such blacks, hated by the white race?" In the face of so much internal racism across the global South, it is no wonder that the North has continued to retain its majestic hegemony, as portrayed in Harvard professor Samuel Huntington's 2000 triumphant testimonial that begins, quote, "The West is now at an extraordinary peak of power in relation to other civilizations." It emerges clearly that the assumptions of Southern solidarity are largely specious travails of wishful thinking. Shared animus against the murderous West was never strong enough to overcome the vociferousness of this group. Anti-African dispositions played a key role in this. The distinctness of African people in the contemporary world centers on their tragic association with slavery for hundreds of years at the hands of first the Arabs and then the Europeans. Of course, societies have enslaved others through much of human history, but often as a result of conquest and not because of the physical characteristics or assumptions of natural inferiority of the enslaved. This point deserves emphasis. To quote St. Clair Drake, quote, "Never before had racial slavery been justified by the dogma that some variety of mankind was born to be the servant forever of others. Nor had any systems of subordination ever developed a doctrine of racism teaching that some varieties of men had defective brains and emotion that doomed them and their descendants to low status forever. Suddenly, the dark skin color of African people became a stigma of inferiority all over the world. And the seemingly interminable duration of the African bondage and prostration amplify this racial stigma by implying either that the victims accepted their human demotion as rooted in the natural order, or that they could, they could not summon from within themselves the inner spiritual, psychological, and intellectual capabilities needed to append it. Herein lies the fundamental existential problem facing Black people that only they can solve. And herein lies the supreme rationale of the developmental logic of Pan-Africanism based on the principle of exclusive racial instrumentality, the absolute necessity for Black people to be their own instruments of recovery. Their prescription of self-repair is not compromisable. Dignity is not a postulate of charity one people could bestow on another. Only those assumed to be inferior can invalidate the charge through self-agency of sustained, stupendously outstanding accomplishments. In effect, the epistemological presumption of Africa's fruitful membership and participation in a Southern collective geared toward repudiating and fighting of Western hegemony was from the first unnecessary and misplaced. The fight for Africa's emancipation is Africa's alone. The battleground is the African mind. And the soldiery is the University of the Black World, which Uni-Zulu must become. The central objective in decolonizing the African mind, as Chinwoizu has noted, quote, is to overthrow the authority which alien traditions exercise over the African. Alien traditions exercise over the African. This demands the dismantling of white supremacist beliefs and the structure which upholds them in every area of African life. To play its role as a central motto of mental emancipation, the African University, heretofore constituted as a replica of a European university, must undergo drastic curricular overhaul. I would suggest that to begin with, any so-called classical department servicing courses on ancient Greece and Rome must be dismantled. Likewise, courses in European literature, European history, European religions, and European languages must similarly be excised. To put it lightly, it is monstrous, tragic waste of time and energy on the one hand, and on the other, an incalculable, costly, ruinous self-abnegation for an African mind to immerse itself over endless years in European romanticized self-worship. Such courses have been the veritable pollutants of the African mind and must be uprooted. Following this cleansing imperative, a new set of vital, emancipation-driven programs should be instituted. I can mention at least two of them because I know time is always a problem. I think the most important one, is the imperative of setting up a Department of African History and Archaeology, a really powerhouse department, a center, so to speak. The point has never been lost to Africa's relentless adversaries that any credible, tangible awakening from the long nightmare of racial prostration and degradation sorely needs the psychological leverage of surpassing superlative, undeniable accomplishments of a period in the past before the fall. As John Henry Clark put it, white scholars more than blacks have always understood the importance of controlling history and social thought. The best way to control a people is to control what they think about themselves. And so, not surprisingly, the central thrust of European knowledge production in and beyond the universities has always been to bury and negate every evidence that proclaims that Africans ever accomplished anything worthwhile through history. In Fanon's graphic expatiation, quote, colonialism is not satisfied merely with holding a people in its grasp and emptying the native's brain of all form and content. By a kind of perverted logic, it turns to the past of the oppressed people and distorts, disfigures, and destroys it. The fact of the matter is that many so-called white scholars classified as historians, as Henry Clark proclaimed authoritatively, are neither scholars nor historians, but rather, quote, clever propagandists writing rationalizations in support of white world domination. They use every trick in the book consistent with Napoleon's loose definition of Western so-called truth, as Napoleon put it himself, a set of myths upon which we all agree. The arsenal of Western transgressions against African factuality runs the gamut from the outright banning of books, the theft and whitening of ancient African treasures, outright forgery, and blatant distortion. That's the book Stolen Legacy. You've heard about it, a 1954 treatise by George G.M. James, demonstrating that Africans laid the cultural and scientific foundations of the modern world, quote, became one of the first African-American books to be banned from the universities and colleges in America. It has been established categorically that Howard Carter, the archaeologist who discovered King Tut's tomb in 1922, held himself to treasures before the vault was officially opened. Then there is the role of polychromy in European psychology, the tendency to equate whiteness with beauty, taste, and classical ideals, and to see color as alien, sensual, and garish. It did not matter one whit that European pigmentation was pink, not white. Europeans called themselves white, perhaps to imply that they are pure and all other people are tainted, sullied, impure, tarnished. For centuries, archaeologists and museum curators had been scrubbing away, I'm quoting, scrubbing away traces of color before presenting statues and architectural reliefs to the public, on the misconception, as Mark Abbey of the University of Georgia has observed, that the ancients disdained bright color. They sorely missed the wisdom of in Amy Césare's dictum that it is no use painting the fruit of the tree white. The strength of the bark cries out from beneath the paint. In any case, the unfounded notion that ancient sculpture was pure white conjured up the corresponding notion that the people of the ancient world were pure white. This conundrum facilitated the stealing of ancient African treasures and bleaching them. It is apropos that Manu Ampim has systematically documented what he calls two of the greatest forgeries in the history of ancient African archaeology in respect of the statues of Prince Rahotep and his wife Nafret in the Cairo Museum, which are not authentic ancient Egyptian statues, but were in fact created in the 19th century by the hands of modern conspirators. The compulsive self-aggrandizement of European mind plays even into the world map we use today. The 16th century projection of European cartographer Geert de Kremen, better known as Mercator, which, as Sophie Morin-Ivron demonstrates, is widely misleading in that it distorts the relative size of the continents to the advantage of the West. Take Greenland, for instance, which looks about the same size as the whole of Africa on the Mercator. It is a classic example It is in truth no bigger than the Democratic Republic of the Congo. That European and North American countries are enlarged is no accident. Quote, this system provided more space for Western cartographers to mark towns, cities, roads, etc. in their part of the world. But more than that, while it dwarfed entities in Africa deliberately, it made enlarged countries elsewhere seem unnaturally powerful and intimidating. It all sums up quite well, quoting Moulin-Joron, how maps and the rise of the Western nation-state system, and with that, empire and colonialism are linked. The world maps that prevail today have been embedded in Western imaginations since the British Empire. They continue to prevail despite many challenges to their fairness and accuracy, because they underpin the ongoing Anglo-Euro-American presumption that the world belongs to them and pivots around these geo-cultural axes. And consider the skull and jaw of the so-called Piltdown man, found in a gravel pit in England and announced to the world in 1912. They were a sensation because the discovery upset prevailing theories about the antiquity of the modern human form. The specimen confounded scientific evidence for years, throwing many paleontologists off scent of what is now seen as the true course of human evolution. In particular, a key purpose of the fabrication, recognition of the importance of fossil discoveries in Africa beginning in the 1920s. This was impeded because they seemed to contradict the reigning Piltdown evidence. It was not until 1953 that Piltdown was exposed as a fraud. Bones assembled and doctored to appear to be what they were not. Someone had joined a human cranium no more than a few hundred years old with an orangutan's jaw to create the impression that the large brain preceded and presumably dictated all future prehistoric human evolutionary steps. And the list of distinguished suspects of the fraud included Pierre Tirand de Chardin, noted French philosopher and paleontologist, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, British writer and physician, and the famous creator of the character Sherlock Holmes. In 1887, Sir Arthur Keith, a British anatomist and anthropologist, and a proponent of scientific racism, and Professor William J. Solas of the University of Oxford. They were all part of this fraud. The foregoing recital of customary European repudiation of any and every elevating intellectual truths and historical facts about African seminal achievements suggests that it makes absolutely no sense for African educational institutions and intellectuals to continue to entertain the outputs of such careerist charlatans. As a matter of fact, the presumption of a people from a continent which for most of mankind's career was not in existence, and who, moreover, are in every sense sworn enemies of African dignification, to tell African people about their past should be considered highly offensive to African spiritual and intellectual sensibilities. It should be remembered that this very sensitive issue of who should interpret African history was fought out in the open back in 1968 at the 11th Annual Convention of the African Studies Association in Los Angeles. It resulted in Black scholars breaking away and forming the African Heritage Studies Association, AHSA. It is remarkable that over the years since, white so-called scholars continued to dominate over African studies programs in most African universities and way beyond. It is time to finally end this outrage. It is time to dismiss and banish these pretended so-called scholars and factotums of Western imperialism It is absolutely time to end the empty rituals of debates between African and European historians supposedly geared towards a definitive consensus ancient history of African people. It is time for Africans to become their own authorities and to tell their own story. It is time for Africans to be the authoritative narrators of their own past. And this must be done in conjunction with the establishment of an interdisciplinary Journal of the African Nation, with an editorial board constituted by Black scholars only. The other important new institution that I recommend strongly is the Center for Black Cultural Cleansing and Regeneration. Christianity, which has a large following among Africans, proclaims that God created man in his image. And yet anybody who cares to survey African communities in today's world might be forgiven for thinking that Africans are made or are striving to be made in the image of Europeans. The thoughtful Marcus Garvey observed in his day that African physical features were by no means, quote, shameful marks of inferiority to be camouflaged and altered, but rather symbols of beauty and grace. Listen to him. African men and women, God created us as his perfect creation. He made no mistake when he made us black with kinky hair. It was divine purpose for us to live in our natural habitats, the tropical zones of the earth. Forget the white man's banter that he made us in the night and forgot to paint us white. Of the breed of white banterists Garvey must have had in mind, there was Herman Hutenik, a Dutch sociologist, who pronounced dark skin a stigma that could be removed only through what he called homogenation, a stepped up degree of miscegenation that would eliminate the Negro as a physical type. Heedless of Garvey's wisdom, Africans have borne and continue to bear the heavy cost of unhealthy beauty ideals reflective of white standards and involving treatments like skin bleaching and chemical hair straightening that cost Americans, mainly African Americans, over $300 billion in 2019 alone. Not to mention the toll of depression, anxiety, and eating disorders. Overall, Africans are so heavily encumbered with overarching foreign cultural traits that there's hardly any significant indigenous quality identifiable in the matrix of African identity. The University of the Black world must initiate, instigate, and propel psychological restoration entailing the creation of a new composite African language and script for the entire race. A project that implies a corresponding downgrading and effacement of alien or foreign-laden languages from African societies. It is well and good to have mastery of a language that is a marker of another race, providing that one possesses a well-developed language of his own. The endeavor by Ngugi wa Thiong'o towards pitching to equalize power relations between African and European languages, towards seeking to decolonize the literary landscape by switching to writing in his native Gikuyu instead of in English, provides an inspirational force. So does the research possibilities ramped up by Theophile Obenga in drawing all the consequences of the genetic and linguistic link of ancient Egyptian, Coptic, and modern African languages. To begin with, Pharaonic, Egyptian, and Coptic are well and truly Black African, as he states. More than that, a profound formal and grammatic link exists between Egyptian and Black African. The numerous morphological, syntactic, phonetic, and lexicological concordances that can be clearly established between Pharaonic Egyptian, Coptic, and all modern Black African languages are of an historic genetic order. And it might be scientifically possible to reconstruct the common ancestor of all of these ancient and modern languages. Europeans made imposition of their culture a priority. I went to school, I remember by the time I was in the sixth form, where you had to pick a couple of subjects, 3 of them, to prepare to get you into the university. And some people had chosen to go the science line, others in other areas of learning. But it's interesting that somebody who made it clear that he wanted to go into science at the university, become a physicist, a mathematician or whatever, they will insist that if you didn't pass English, you wouldn't be able to move on. You got A in mathematics, A in chemistry, A in physics, F in English, my friend, forget it. Forget it. Even at that point in my life, I knew there was something bizarre. I was a kid. But about 5 years, 6 years into independence, and this is what was going on, I questioned it. In fact, as soon as I got out of Achimota School, I wrote a paper, Free Our Schools from Imperialism, and brought these matters up. That was published in the local, one of the Ghanaian Times. There was something unbelievably wrong. But they knew from the beginning it was this forcing you to immerse yourself in their culture. Is what will make you their slave for the rest of time. They couldn't be bothered one whit whether you were the most brilliant mathematician potential or other. You had to pass English. And that English, and you're going to immerse yourself in Shakespeare and Chaucer and Sheridan. And these are the ways of, how does anybody spend their time? I mean, I can understand you're acquiring some practical knowledge of a language. And you do that in high school, perhaps 1 or 2 years or 3 years, and some little smattering here and there, but you're going to spend a whole career at the university, graduating in English, graduating in French, immersing yourself in their culture, because language is the window to a culture. And you come out of this and you're claiming you're educated. And Africans are going through these paths and coming out with certifications that mean nothing. Because being enslaved is worse. If education brings you more enslavement, you are better off with no education. The scourge of imprisonment and suffocation in European languages is of the same order of blighted human honor as being hooked to European names, as so many appendages of Europe. As a rule, a people who have existed as a community of humans with a modicum sense of their own identity must have names of their own drawn from their culture, their traditions, their kinship networks, community legends, their historical human experiences. It should not exceed the realm of possibility to assemble indigenous names of Africans across the continent, detail their meanings, and compile them into a registry of indigenous African names that members of this race everywhere can draw from. There must be also a center for diaspora studies. The African diaspora is the story of untold millions of Africans and their descendants, gradually spreading over a 460-year period throughout the Western Hemisphere, and forming communities from Nova Scotia to Argentina, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The historic, tragic dispersal of African people, and the symbiosis between Africans in the motherland and those in far-flung overseas outposts is an important element of African thought. Indeed, there is a special place in Pan-Africanist thought that reverently and emphatically commits a liberated and integrated African superstate, quote, to lend protection to the members of our race scattered all over the world. By the same token, the idea of a return to Africa is a persistent one among Africans distressed abroad, as instanced in mutinies on ships, petitions for return, actual returns, and diaspora folklore abounding with legends and myths about a return after death. It is notable that even the ideologically bastardized Organization of African Unity passed a resolution right at its founding in 1963 expressing, quote, the deep concern aroused in all African peoples and governments by the measures of racial discrimination taken against communities of African origin living outside the continent, and particularly in the United States. The underlying ideological principle is that all African peoples, wherever they may be, are one and belong to the African nation. That African destiny is indivisible, that Black people constitute an automatic collectivity by being seen as no more than a part of a mass of undifferentiated inferiors, that no Black person shall be truly respected until the race as a whole has emancipated itself from universal prejudice. Marcus Garvey. And this is a guy who never had any formal education. Any of you have read Marcus Garvey? Yeah. All right. And we're talking about somebody who never went through any formal education. He stands out as the clearest thinker among us. He just looked at our plight, the condition of Black people from one place to another. That's all it took. Sorry. Malcolm X amplifies. The problems are one. The destiny is the same, even as the origin is the same. Even the experiences are the same. If they, the brothers and sisters on the ancestral continent, catch hell, we in the United States catch hell. And no matter how much independence they've got on that land, on that continent of Africa, if we don't have it over here in the United States, then when they come over here, they are mistaken for one of us, and they are all disrespected too. So in order for them to be respected, we must be respected. Over the years, a plethora of American-based activist organizations exhibiting appreciably high degree of Pan-African consciousness have made their presence felt in significant ways. Thus, the American Negro Leadership Conference on Africa, ANLCA, founded in 1962, tried to arrange for Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. to mediate between Biafra and Nigeria. The American Society for African Culture participated actively in the first Festival of Negro Art in Dakar in 1966. The Congressional Black Caucus became a major agency in expressing a Black viewpoint on African issues. An African Liberation Support Committee arose upon a Black nationalist base mobilizing support for freedom fighters in Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. Alongside these endeavors, Black studies programs came into being after 1968, following the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, with a battle cry of relevant education. As much as possible and with varying degrees of commitment, they offered courses about Black people around the world. They initiated cooperative relations with African, Caribbean, and Latin American institutions interested in developing diaspora studies. And they developed distinctive publications such as the Journal of Black Studies, based at the State University of New York in Buffalo, Africana Studies, based at the University of Cincinnati, Western Journal of Black Studies, based at Washington University, State University at Pullman, and Umoja, based at the University of Colorado at Boulder. Against these positive developments must be set the broader thrust of the CIA strategy of delinking Africa from its diaspora, so as to strip African Americans of every vestige of African culture, the better to facilitate the process of making them into a perpetually uniquely total American product, that of slaves. As Haley Gerima noted bitterly, quote, Africa is still very censored. I think blacks have always paid a penalty for discussing or thinking about Africa. Why is society always running for cover when Africans in this country want to make linkage with Africa? I have always been amazed at whites panic when a black person in the United States tries to link with Africa. The project of delinking in American academia was spearheaded by the likes of the Department of Afro-American Studies at Harvard University. As Harvard's Dean of Faculty, Henry Rosolsky, admitted in 1981, quote, the department from its onset in 1969 never had its direction decided on academic grounds. It was a political decision. A key element of which was the insistence that the new department virtually exclusively concerned itself with the study and teaching of the, quote, Afro-American experience from the days of slavery on. An injunction that implied an interdiction on any engagements with pre-slavery African roots or post-slavery African connections. And so thereafter, while Harvard had and continued to have departments that deal with the total culture of a single specific people or area, examples being the departments of East Asian languages and civilizations, and Near Eastern languages and civilizations, black students were pushed to accept the status of a people without roots, whose worthwhile experience did not extend beyond the period of slavery and colonialism going back only 400 years. Appropriately, in the Department of History, the disciplinary Department of History, one encountered course topics of the likes of, quote, alcohol in sub-Saharan Africa, 1850 to the present. A great course. Alcohol in sub-Saharan Africa, 1850 to the present. University of the Zulu University, constituted as a university of the black world, operating in an environment that sidesteps the racist, imperialist political constraints elsewhere, could structure and inaugurate the most powerful intellectual Pan-Africanist center that links Africa and its diaspora in institutionally collaborative teaching, researching, and publishing endeavors involving cross-cutting visits of professors and students and racial family tours across the globe that move and drive and propel the black race forward towards universal emancipation and valorization. Armed with a throbbing Zulu University Press and an assembly of first-rate African minds committed to racial emancipation, an active mental soldiery primed to counter-argue and trample the banal stupidities about Africa from the West that pass for scholarship. This center would end the customary voicelessness, invisibility, and belittlement of African intellectuals on matters that vitally affect Africa and its people. The disastrous impact of AIDS on African people a monstrous tragedy that killed over 20 million Africans. And the criminally trivial European last word of dismissal of it is a case in point. According to Edward Hooper, in his carefully researched book titled The River, a University of Pennsylvania scientist, Hilary Kaprowski, in a race to create an oral polio vaccine, manufactured and distributed the Chat vaccine in the 1950s in the Belgian Congo. This vaccine, which was created using live tissue cultures generated from chimpanzee cells, carried the SIV virus that initiated the AIDS pandemic. Millions of Africans were injected with the vaccine and the virus on the orders of the Belgian colonial authorities. Following this, the Belgian Congo and surrounding areas produced some of the first known cases of AIDS. The possibility of Hoover's theory caused a great stir in the scientific community and pushed the Royal Society in London to debate it in September of 2000. In the end, predictably, it bowed to pressure from opponents of the theory and ended up suppressing it. There's a very, very important documentary, Origin of AIDS, based on this book, The River, that you must see. You must see. The colonial government gave orders. Africans lined up. If you did not line up and get the shot, presumably for something against cholera, they were going to take you into jail. Everybody saw a need to do it in order to get away from the problems with the colonial authorities. And in the end, look what happened. From then on, U.S. aid, vaccination, United States aid, vaccination teams working within 20 so-called Central West African countries transmitted the AIDS virus to more than 20 million people through the late 1970s on the pretext of giving shots against cholera. The spread of AIDS in Africa, Leonard Horowitz has proclaimed, quote, could be traced to countries where the multi-component vaccine trials took place. Horowitz became important. African Americans, the Nation of Islam, and they sought him out. He met Elijah Muhammad. This is why there's very, very strong concern in African American circles about vaccinations and so on, no matter what kind of blight they are trying to contain. This guy laid out, Horowitz, his background is Harvard. So nobody could say that, you know, what he's put together was some kind of and it was frightening. It was frightening because there was simultaneously the United States government was having meetings, making the argument that there were too many non-white children in the world, that there was need for population control, and they soon were taking this up very seriously. Somebody wrote a book about population control as foreign policy around the same time. The number of Africans who perished through this, and perhaps are still perishing, the anguish and the blight that inflicted on African societies. It's all gone. It's almost as if it didn't happen. I mean, after all that, the numbers of people we lost, the depopulation through the slave trafficking against African societies. Now, in this modern era, too, this is happening. And meanwhile, Africans are just bystanders, eyewitnesses. It goes on, it runs its course, and that's the end of the story. We look almost as if we did not exist. We're an irrelevancy. Our position is miserable beyond words. Listen to this. Professor Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University is one of those people who, he wrote a book The End of Poverty. And it was acclaimed because he is from an Ivy League university and whatever. He wrote such stupidities, you can't believe it. And the contempt he shows for Africans, and particularly, therefore, for Africans, because the first thing that comes to mind is, do these people also have thinkers? Do these people also have people who sit down and research and ponder facts and figures and worry about the realities of their people in their societies? You have to wonder about it. After all that has happened, the anguish this AIDS pandemic caused, he's writing this book and he says, it is not questionable that the HIV/AIDS is an unmitigated tragedy and a developmental disaster throughout Africa, especially in the hardest hit regions of Eastern and Southern Africa. But then he goes on in the next breath. The simplest answer, in other words, why AIDS? The simplest answer, widely believed, I'm quoting him, is that in Africa there's more sexual activity outside of long-term stable relationships. This is all attributable to the flaw in the African character. This has caused all this blood. This is it. After all that's gone on and all the reams of research papers written and published, after all the documentaries, after what happened at the Royal Society and all this, no, this erudite professor. It all comes down to this African sexual misbehavior, sexual license. It is strange. It is strange. Is this the last word on AIDS? A scourge that inflicted mercilessly, inflicted by Africa's enemies that killed off uncountable millions of African people. Is this the last word of it? On it? From Professor Sachs of Columbia University. And this university pushes to be a node of African thought. There's a reason. Because we don't think. We just have to start the process. We're just going up and down. How can this magnitude of disaster hit the people? And this is this guy living in New York, that is take on it. It's authoritative. The people without moral discipline. The people who carry on licentiously like children. This is it. This is the reason why they've gone through this much. Is this the last word on AIDS? Astonishingly to date, there has not been any center of research and learning anywhere in the black world where this matter has been taken up for sustained, thorough investigation by way of a conference of African experts. Nowhere. Nowhere. All right. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much, Professor Ajeman. My surname Nomlomo means someone with a big mouth. I'm going to shut up in the interest of time. Otherwise, I've got lots of comments on this beautiful, deep, rich, thought-provoking, intellectually stimulating presentation. Wow. So Nomlomo is going to shut up. Prof, I've got quite a lot of issues that I would have loved to comment on. But in the interest of time, colleagues, I'm going to hand over to our respondent, our own Dr. Akpome, our senior lecturer in the Department of English. He's going to respond. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thanks, VC. VC has just helped me. I was wondering where to begin from. But some of the colleagues who might have noticed when Prof. Ajiman was speaking and when he made reference to the English language in particular, I was there raising a hand and pointing at my colleague from the Department of English, Mr. Nelson Ratau. Why? Because just 3 days ago, 2 days ago, we presented a paper to our department where I made this heresy, the same heresy Prof. Ajiman has mentioned. Why do we continue to belabor our students with Shakespeare in 2022? If indeed our purpose is to make our students improve in communicative competence, is it the language that Shakespeare wrote that we expect them to speak in 2022? And when I ask the question, when we teach Shakespeare, we don't teach English. We are teaching culture. We are immersing people from one region in the sensibilities and the worldviews and the inclinations of another people. We are trying to make out of one people another kind of people. That argument is still raging in the Department of English. And if you see me flying out of the window of the Department of English, you may understand what was happening there. Thank you, VC, for giving me that handle to respond to what is an extremely wide-ranging, extremely powerful, and as Prof. Siepe said, in response to the minister's address, it's complicating this idea of African thought even more, problematizing it, but all for our benefit. Prof. Ajiman has spoken about, he has given a very expansive history of knowledge production, especially as it relates to Africa. He began by talking about the structure, in my view. When he talked about the North and the South, perhaps that was not his purpose, but it's a graphic demonstration of the structure of global power relations, the vertical, what Prof. Nlovu was talking yesterday about the vertical orientation of relations, of global geopolitical relations. Those who ascribe themselves to themselves the definition of North and ascribe to others the definition of South desire to make clear who is on top. Desire to make clear that relations are not based on understanding and collaboration. They make clear that we are on top of you. We give you instructions, you follow us. And that's very important if we look at a lot of the terminologies that have been deployed in international relations, global history, like the third world. So we come first, some people follow, and you are there. The fourth world. And then even the idea of the developed versus the developing. So developing indicates deficit. Yeah. You are the catch-up people. And you are forever developing. I don't know, Mr. Ratau can help me, or any other colleagues from the Department of English, how we call that. What form of verb? You are forever. I don't know if you say simple continuous tense would apply. So that's that, and then he spoke again very powerfully on the South, the internal racisms. Yes. And I know that Prof. Ajiman must have been confronted, challenged on the suggestion, on the idea that perhaps his views are suggestive of some kind of absolutist black African approach to emancipation. I would understand if people make that challenge, because he makes clear that African emancipation, black emancipation, is the role of black people themselves in highlighting the kind of attitudes displayed by people like Gandhi, whom we also worship in this part of the world. Yeah. And what has happened in Peru, and what he called pigmentocracy, where the pigment, the democracy is on the basis of pigmentation. Of course, all these areas in which black people are suppressed and marginalized and oppressed shows that at least one thing we can take from that is that indeed, and Professor West said something earlier, that emancipation is what you take. It's not given. Those were not your exact words, but you get your freedom. Nobody's going to hand it over to you. We can see some correlation with Prof. Ajiman's words there. Quickly, he also gave a very broad, very heavy dossier of evidence of Western Anglo-American modernity, a heavy dossier of the rascality. Rascality is a soft term, of the excessive genocidal tendencies of Anglo-American modernity. He has an account in that paper, and I think we need to share these kinds of papers, because sometimes when we engage in these discourses, like now they're talking about the Russian-Ukraine conflict, and the West is all beating up Africa. We must line up and support, oh, Russia is bad, China is bad. Can't you see China is bad? Can't you really see that Russia is bad? See, they are bombing the Ukrainians. Maybe we need a piece of this paper and show to them facts, dates, figures of countless numbers of people that have been destroyed and killed by the powers of Western civilization. Yet the same people will turn around and try to tell you that I'm not speaking for China, I'm not Chinese in any way, but the Chinese are the bad guys. An interesting part of Prof. Ajiman's presentation was also that around the time of the rise of Anglo-American domination in the 15th century, Chinese civilization was at its peak. They discovered the gunpowder. But then we do not have that same account. We do not have that same record of destruction that we have today of Anglo-American domination. We do not have that same account ascribed to the Chinese. But then he said something very interesting, which we all need to pay attention to, is how Anglo-American civilization are masters of creating false knowledge. How he used the words, they know every trick in the book, and he invoked Napoleon, who says what we call truth is actually a set of myths which we all agree on. Blatant, absolute, fake news. False information about the world. Like being told that David Livingstone discovered the source or what of Vic Falls. And as we shared in the Faculty of Science yesterday, we are told that the River Niger, the source of the River Niger, which is not very far from where my mother comes from, was discovered by some Scottish guy called Mungo Park. I was taught that in class in the late 70s. And if you didn't write that, you failed. Whereas all of us know that it's some native guy that told Mungo Park, this is where to put your foot. If you put your foot there, you die. But then he comes out as the one who discovers the source of the river. Why is this important? It's very important because most of us in this room, if not all of us, are socialized into this epistemological system. Many of us have accepted it as the undeniable truth, as the gospel. And when he goes on to talk about the fakery of the archaeological findings, again, he does it with names, with dates. So I really like that paper to be shared if he agrees. Yeah. When he goes about, he talks about people from Oxford, from Harvard. You know how sometimes we feel so inferior when we come before these people? How? He's from Oxford. How we have internalized, we've been socialized into thinking that that is where the truth, that is where all science comes from. He doesn't take time to talk about, eugenics, the false science of race. There's a lot of information about that, and that's why I think it's a staggering presentation that he has provided. I think I'll end on this. He said these guys are masters at controlling history and social thought, controlling knowledge production, whose eventual aim is to control social imagination and political imagination and self-conception. I will quote from the part of Article 6 of the Berlin Conference, 1884 to 1885, where the European colonial powers elaborated, elucidated their mission, the civilizing mission. Now, this is part of Article 6, quote, to watch over the preservation of the native tribes and to care for the improvement of the conditions of their moral and material well-being, end of quote. The colonizers took upon themselves the task to improve our moral condition. And you find it in discourses till next week, discourses about Africa till next week. I make a heretical argument that this whole talk about development, about governance, about corruption is a continuation of this same idea. Because if somebody from Harvard, from Columbia University, Professor Sachs, can summarize that after all said and done about AIDS, it's because these guys are immoral. And that's what they say, to deflect attention from the global economic structures which exclude, which rape, which continue to plunder Africa. This whole narrative, this World Bank narrative beginning from the early 90s of corruption, that's why they are poor. All their leaders are corrupt. Even now, I see some of you looking at me strange. Every African problem is due to corruption. That's the new narrative. And boy, we are buying into it like crazy. We don't have money because we are corrupt. We have load shedding because we are corrupt. We have that disease because we are corrupt. Points back to what was said in 1884, that their mission is to improve our moral condition. These are narratives that dehistoricize, that decontextualize, that deflect attention from realities in order to produce a certain knowledge system that defines our realities. I am in the unfortunate position of standing between us and lunch, and I confess that I myself am hungry. And with the permission of the Vice-Chancellor and the DVCs, shall we adjourn for lunch?
When are we coming back?
We will be back. We are adjourned for lunch right now. Can we come back at 1400? It's doubtful.
No.
It's very short.
Let's say quarter past, yeah.
Shall we? Quarter past 2. So we shall be back at 14:15 for lunch. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw him going home.
We've lost our
Yeah. Professor Ndlovu? No. Dear colleagues, the conference will continue after that refreshing lunch break. We apologize again. It's quite difficult to be precise with the time. We are making the effort, and if we do not always succeed, please bear with us. These are not acts of irresponsibility. We do not disregard the program we drew up. We will now have the keynote address 3, which features one of our own, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, the person of Professor Masoka, and I invite him to please come forward. We want to make use of these seats here. His respondent is also available. He will be joining us online. And the chair of this session is none other than our DVC Institutional Support, Professor Siepe. Prof.
Good afternoon. My task is a simple one, and I've been given a script here to introduce Professor Masoka, and I have problems with scripts. All I can say first is that he's a dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zululand. He has been engaged in Africanist-oriented scholarship for a number of years, and that includes the indigenous knowledge system and decoloniality. He is a researcher of note, and is also one of those scholars who know when he has to abandon his mentor, when he has to find his own feet. It is in that regard that he came up with a theory that he calls, or it's called Afrocentric approaches and frames for conducting research in and with local communities. And as a matter of fact, I know that when we take a break, he spends his holidays with communities, always conducting research. But the pride that we have with him and about him is that he has reached a stage where he's an initiator of thought. He is not engaged in the scholarship that mimics what other people do. He looks at the challenges that we face and makes sure that the research is relevant and contributes to the betterment of our communities, which is what we are trying to do with turning the university into a node of African thought. With that, may I call Professor Mokgome Mosoga.
Thank you very much, DVC Professor Sepe. Let me acknowledge the VC, Professor Mtose, and the DVCs and other members of the executive management, deans who are here, and the colleagues. And I am aware that other colleagues have joined us online. I must say it was very difficult when I was asked to come up with a title for my presentation, but I just left it there as on African thought, and I hope I'll be able to deal with that. And as an introduction, I've been looking at the question who thinks and who does not think has always preoccupied modern subjects, albeit for different interests and reasons and purposes. These modern subjects have conceived of the idea of thinking, particularly the question of who thinks and who does not think, depending on their different social and epistemic positionalities within the power structure of global coloniality. Thus, the genesis of idea of thinking subjects versus those who are viewed as not thinking is traceable to the advent of coloniality as a global power structure that defines, evaluates, negates, and affirms the thinking capacities of modern subjects. In other words, the debate about thinking is in tandem with the development of racism as a global phenomenon. In this regard, the idea of being intelligent and thoughtful became associated with being white and Western, while that of being thoughtless and dull came to be associated with being black and non-Western. This is in line with what Edward Said says in 1978, the influential theorization of Orientalism, which provides a compelling account of the binary logic underpinning Euro-modernistic constructions of self and other. This is how and why, up to today, though scientific racism has failed to prove a correlation between being white and black and the level of someone's intelligence, whiteness remains associated with rationality, and the ability to think, while being black is associated with irrationality and deficits in terms of thinking and cognition in general. As the decolonial scholar Grossvogel has put it, and I want to quote him, we went from 16th century characterization of people without writing to 18th century, 19th century characterization of people without history, to the 20th century characterization of people without development, and more recently to early 21st century of people without democracy. This pattern of characterizing non-Western subjects in terms of presumed deficiencies or fundamental features of humanity is a strategy that has been used by colonialists to destroy the once flourishing civilizations of others, only to replace them with European modernism. As Kasire has eloquently argued in his book, Discourse on Colonialism, the effect of colonialism on colonized subjects is to de-civilize and thingify from thingify them. Processes that began as far back as transatlantic slavery during the mostly black people and other non-Western subjects were reduced to dispensable objects and commodities
in the then emerging racialized global economic system. The idea of African thought is therefore not only useful in the attempt to reassert ourselves as thinking subjects, but ultimately serves the determination to recover our lost humanity and ontological density as people with history, with civilizations and cultures. It is the idea that serves Chinua Achebe in 1985 a desire to educate his African readers that, and I quote him, that their past, with all its imperfections, was not one long night of savagery from the first Europeans acting as God's behalf delivered them. But before one delves deeper into the nitty-gritty of the meaning of African thought, one must have a clear understanding of how we came to be where we are today. As a matter of fact, and I'll summarize this, it has always been white men of heterosexual orientation from a few European countries who have been at the forefront of doubting the thinking abilities of peoples of non-Western world. People of color, black people, women, queer subjects, which compels these groups of people to respond with proof that they can actually think. The Western claim of monopoly of thinking has elicited responses from people whose thinking abilities were and are still subjected to radical doubt. Some of the responses have appeared in the form of books such as Kishore, Mabubani, Can Asians Think? That is the title of the book. And Hamad Dabash's, Can Non-Europeans Think? In the latter, Mignolo wrote a foreword entitled, and I want to quote him, "Yes, we can," to signify that the gift of thinking is not the sole prerogative of Western subjects. Perhaps the question that needs our attention is whether this radical thought, radical doubt on the thinking abilities of others is an intrinsic attribute of being human, or is just a historically constituted phenomenon. Evidence points to the fact that the question of casting radical doubt on the thinking ability of others is more of a historical development than a natural phenomenon. Close quote. The words African thinking have always been presented as modern/colonial historiography, as mutually incompatible, leading to what Mbembe observation is, I quote him, "Speaking rationally about Africa is not something that has ever come naturally. Africa is never seen as possessing things or attributes properly part of human nature." Close quote. This is in addition to the long-standing portrayal of Africa as a dark continent, in some instances an empty land that belongs to nobody. It was an empty land thesis that was used by European colonizers to dispossess African people of their lands and other valuable resources, because being African was equated with nothingness. The most unfortunate part of this portrayal of Africans and other non-Western subjects as incapable of engaging in or possessing thoughtful behavior is that the discourse was accompanied by a series of colonial activities that were not only capable of emptying their minds of previous memories, but also implanting foreign ways of thinking, knowing and remembering. The end goal of such processes was to achieve epistemic dislocation that made the colonized actively participate in their own colonization. Therefore, Steve Biko observed that, and I want to quote him, "The most potent weapon in hands of the colonizer is the mind of the colonized." Close quote. Today, Africans are frantically in search of epistemic freedom after realizing that political freedom without freedom to think leads to what Fanon describes as repetition without change. Nkrumah's proposition to Africa, and I quote him, "Seek first the political kingdom, and all else shall be added unto you," appears to be undermined by the fact that political freedom without epistemic freedom is hollow and leads to serious political and economic own goals. The issue here is the sequence of freedoms, which Gacheni Ndlovu problematizes here. And let me read what he says. In Africa, decolonization has generally been understood to have begun with political decolonization, predicated on seeking the political kingdom first. However, the current struggle for epistemic freedom have provoked a need for rethinking of the decolonial trajectories. In the core constitution of political, economic, cultural, and epistemological decolonization, epistemic freedom should form the base because it deals with the fundamental issues of critical consciousness building, which are essential prerequisites for both political and economic freedom, close quote. Gacheni, in this case, articulation indicates that Africa is in a mess today because of a lack of epistemic freedom. This must not come as a surprise because the purpose of colonial education was mainly to produce consenting subjects to the project of colonization. The same can be said with regard to the imposition of Western religion. It was designed to produce psychological orientation of African subjects in order for them to accept colonial domination. But when did the question of thinking begin to be a problematic question for modern world? There are many versions to the above question, but the most convincing is that the one put forward by decolonial scholars, which put it squarely on European usurpation of world history, a process that began inside Europe and later extended to other parts of the world. This is a history that is predominantly characterized as a history of dehumanization of the world's population on a grand scale, beginning with the dehumanization of women in Europe in the period that the decolonial philosopher Grossvogel described as the 4 genocides or epistemicides of a long durée of the 16th century. Thus, apart from the genocides or epistemicides against women in Europe in the 16th century, in which women's bodies and their knowledge came under attack during witch hunts, there was a similar process of killing bodies and knowledges in southern Spain, where the Catholic monarchy from the north attacked and defeated Granada Sultanate. With these 2 genocides alone, cultural racism in the form of Islamophobia and patriarchy were erected as systems of oppression that were questioned others based on race, religion, gender, until this day. These forms of oppressing the other by radically doubting their humanity was extended to peoples of non-Western world in the 16th century via voyages of discovery of figures. You can remember Jan van Riebeeck, Columbus, Christopher Columbus. But Dassel has put it, the question of the soul was actually a question of the mind. It was a question that exposed doubt over the ability to think, whether they are fully human in the first place. In Africa, like in America, the idea of subhuman, soulless people without meaningful social behaviors inaugurated a system of enslavement in which black people were forcefully transported to work as free labor in plantations. While many Africans were kidnapped and traded as commodities in West Africa, some were being enslaved in what became known as the Cape Colony in South Africa. Similarly, Indians were suffering the same fate, making up global system of coloniality that was to oppress the majority of the world's population for more than 500 years. What indeed is significant about the above 4 genocides of the long 16th century is that apart from questioning the thinking abilities of the oppressed subjects on the basis of several dehumanizing hierarchies of power, such as racial, gender, religious, class, sex, ethnic, epistemic, linguistic, spiritual, aesthetic hierarchy, among many others, they nonetheless boasted the egos of European male heterosexual subjects as to such an extent that they overtly proclaimed their monopoly over thinking. The climax of this egocentric arrogance was reached when the father of modern Western philosophy, Descartes, proclaimed the ego cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, in the 17th century, a development that followed in the footsteps of an ego conquero, I conquer, therefore I am, in the 16th century. The equating of violence with thinking has since been the modus operandi of colonial system, leading to genocides, epistemicides, linguicides, and many other forms of violence, including epistemic extravatism, in which these ideas generated by people on the dominated side of the colonial power difference are practically appropriated to serve the interests of those on the dominant side and have projected side of the only authentic thinkers. This has also led to the proliferation of hegemonic Western theories masquerading as universal theories by means of applying them historically across different spatio-historical temporalities. Just a little bit time on Descartes, who inaugurated what is today known as Cartesian thinking, a form of thinking that has elicited a number of anti-Cartesian meditations from the Western and non-Western world, some of which are decolonial in nature. Cartesian thinking is all about the body-mind compound in which Descartes concluded that the body is not important and reliable in matters of thought. This has since been disputed by many critical thinkers, including Fanon, who proclaimed that, and I quote him, "Oh, my body makes me always someone who questions." That's what Fanon said. Fanon was literally turning Descartes on his head because his expression meant that bodies and indeed feelings think. He meant that knowledge production is inclusive of body politics. Therefore, we have a sexist knowledge system, which is as a result of the bodies that produce it. We have a racist knowledge system produced by white bodies. The idea of African thought in this regard is the struggle against the ghost of Descartes that is trying to sell us to the myths of objectivity, neutrality, and universality. African thought in this regard is a struggle to insert other bodies, such as bodies of indigenous Africans, black people, women, queer people, and people of color into the equation of knowledge production and the politics of shaping the future of the world. The question of the body politics in knowledge production that has been raised by critical scholars to express their disenchantment with the project of modernity or coloniality and their demand to be recognized as authentic knowledge producers is in tandem with the question of geopolitics of knowledge, because these bodies exist in spaces that are either physical or social in the making. The varying impacts of colonialism across space and time elicited different reactions to the development of grammars of resistance. Thus, it needs to be noted with regard to Africa, though the colonial encounter was characterized by epistemicides, the killing of knowledges of the colonized subjects, the colonial system did not succeed in entirely decimating knowledges otherwise. In his description of how the impact of direct colonial domination on epistemologies of the colonized varied, Kuano stated that, and I want to quote him, "The forms and effects of cultural coloniality have been different as regards to times and cases. In Latin America, the cultural repression and colonization of the imagery were accompanied by a massive, gigantic extermination of natives, mainly their use of expandable force, in addition to the violence of the conquest and diseases brought by Europeans. Further, his position is that Latin America became the most extreme case of cultural colonization by Europe." What emerges from Quijano's analysis is analysis of the impact of colonialism across the regions of the Third World is that in Africa, the process of colonial domination did not totally annihilate and exterminate indigenous African ways of thinking, knowing, and patterns of expressions, but merely subalternized and inferiorized them into the global cultural order. Quijano's analysis of the effect of colonial domination of African culture and knowledge system resonate with Odora Hoppers and Richards when they argue that 2 centuries of politicized and scienticized denial of existence of the metaphysics of indigenous people has not eradicated their knowledge systems, their rituals, their practices, at least not completely. Whenever we look deeply at African society, or indeed most African societies, the empirical fact that stares back at us is a reality of life lived differently. Lives constituted around very different metaphysics of economics, of law, of science, of healing, of marriage, of joy, of dying, and of coexistence. Close quote. What this means is that even though Africa suffered what Ngungi wa Thiong'o described as dismemberment because of colonial domination, those who remained on the continent, unlike those who were kidnapped and transported to America as slaves, remained with resources of remembrance. Thus, in his articulation, that is Ngungi wa Thiong'o, of what he terms the linguistic logic of conquest, Ngungi wa Thiong'o argues that while linguicide was committed in the case of the diaspora and linguifem took place within the continent, the difference between the acts of linguicide and linguifem is that the former refers to the language liquidation which totally denied the slave of a means of communication and a site of remembrance, and the latter refers to a language famine, which is a form of linguistic deprivation and starvation, but not liquidation. What this means is that people of Africa remain with another source of social memory and another civilization. There are some of the facts that we cannot ignore, especially if we want to understand the rationale behind the different grammars of resistance that are used by Africans in their various locations and at times within and outside of Africa. Thus, within Africa alone, the colonial system used languages of association and indirect rule. In some regions, yet in some, it used the language of assimilation and direct rule, all which makes the language of resistance to it vary across space and time. I want to move a bit, come to the point. Now, with regard to the above that I've mentioned, the idea of African thought, in my view, must be imagined in such a way that it accommodates and promotes a series of grammars of change, which critical scholars have developed to express their disenchantment with colonial modernity and their desire to change at different times and locations. These forms of languages and languaging range from the language of decolonization, decoloniality, decolonial feminism, decolonial Marxism, all which necessary for the planetary thinking about the project of decolonization at large. The languages of indigenization, Africanization, African feminism, Afro-sensing, Africology, Pan-Africanism, and Afrocentricity that are also used for specific condition of African subjects. This cocktail of grammars of change is important for the development of what de Souza refers to as pluversity, an ecology of knowledges that are complementary. That's one. Number two, in my view, the idea of African thought must be predicated on recovering and remembering the dismembered, peripherized, subalternized, muted, hidden indigenous knowledges and ways of knowing that are scattered all over the continent. This is based on the understanding that there are important residuals of resilient knowledges produced by indigenous people that are deliberately sidelined. This recovering of knowledges otherwise located in the once flourishing African civilization like Nguni and Soto civilizations in Southern Africa are important for developing theories to alternative theories to Eurocentric worldviews. Three, the idea of African thought, unlike that of African studies, I'm not in favor of centers of African studies, must be predicated on the principle of promoting emic expressions of making of African identities and cosmologies rather than the ethic readings predominant in many of the discourses of African studies, discourses which are conducted without Africans. Africans must be premised on rehumanizing dehumanized African subjects by producing knowledge with them and from their perspectives rather than about them as though they are passive objects of research. At the same time, it must be premised on decentering the Western archive and core-centering the African archive in knowledge production. This also entails the deliberate privileging of African intellectuals and scholarly works produced by Africans, as well as reversing the politics of dominant recognition found in the citations of Western scholars to the detriment of those of Africa and the global South. We need to cite each other and forget about the rest. In general, African thought in the university context must strive to reconstitute and reconfigure the university as a successor institution to long-standing black radical intellectual traditions. This means that African thought must not only look back to revive the continent's best ideas, but must also look ahead to both preempt and respond to new forms of coloniality that have emerged since the late 1960s and which may emerge in the years to come. This informs the following observation contained in the concept note of the 2023 Annual Conference of Lagos Studies Association. I quote, "As it is, what needs to be decolonized has increased a new bodies of knowledge and the real consequences of imperial domination in the everyday life of Africans emerge and are transformed from our familiar state," close quote. According to Robinson, the black radical tradition is a liberatory project marked by distinctly African modes of resistance and revolution that developed out of the conditions of colonialism and enslavement. Therefore, the idea of African thought must give prominence to the right of Africans and oppressed people everywhere to resist colonialism, racism, and slavery. But for this to happen, the idea of African thought must be based on genuine cognitive commitment to the cause of African people and peoples of the global South in general. It must be driven by zeal to unmask the hidden indigenous epistemologies and ontologies as opposed to the many African studies programs, especially in the West, whose commitment is to the cognitive empire, has rendered researching Africa an Africanist enterprise, which is a problem. Finally, the idea of the African thought must be transdisciplinary, post-disciplinary, inter, multi, in nature, so to avoid the pitfalls of what Gordon described as disciplinary decadence. That is a commitment to the cause of disciplines at the expense of the cause of increasing the life chances of the marginalized African subjects. In this regard, the idea of African thought is part and parcel of what decolonial scholars have likened it to shifting the geography and biography of reason, to enable marginalized subjects to speak from their various positions of epistemic subalternity, whether class, race, gender, ethnicity, caste, or religious affirmation. And as I conclude, I propose the following structures as necessary at the University of Zululand. 1, a Center for African Thought, pushing for African Research Village. To entrench and institute African thought at UniZulu, which will require the establishment of a nerve center from which such an idea not only finds expression through research, but also radiates into the whole institution. The center must be a platform for cross-fertilization of ideas related to every aspect of life of the university. 2, research chair for African thought, which will form part of the NRF-funded such a chair. This is what we must push the NRF to fund. Doesn't have to go through the normal channels, but this is what the NRF must do if it wants to really become a decolonized institution. Not only in the production of research on the subject, but also in the production of future generation of scholars through master's and doctoral qualifications. If the NRF is committed, this is what the NRF must do. 3, short courses and workshops and conferences on African thought. The institution of African thought at UniZulu will succeed through the re-socialization of the staff members and students. Resistance to critical thought is usually informed by ignorance rather than by mere arrogance. Many of us, if not all of us, are products of Western educational system. As such, we are bound to be ardent representatives. To think otherwise will not come naturally, but through reorientation. 4, funding for that. I think there are many possibilities to be funded, even up by interested people outside the university. That I'm very sure about. And the last one, recruitment strategy for that, so that we can look at those who think alike along the lines of African thought. And we can make it if we follow that plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Masoha. Please put your hands together once again. Yes, he's my, you see, when I started, I was going to mention a few people, but including, for instance, Mr. Ngobo. I mean, if you work at UniZulu and you don't know Mr. Ngobo, I wonder if you work at UniZulu. If I am in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences and I do not give special recognition to Prof. Masoha, then perhaps I'm working in another faculty. So these are the micro politics of the work that we do. But thank you very much, Prof. I will ask the colleagues on the online platforms. Thank you. That's Mr. Smiso Magubane. He's also somebody we need to recognize. Without these people, these things we do would be completely impossible. He will now, we need his help. Thank you very much for that, colleagues. We need his help to connect us to Professor Spamandla Zondi, Director of the Institute of Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Zululand. I beg your pardon, University of Johannesburg. I beg your pardon, thanks, VC. Who is the respondent
Thanks for recruitment.
To Professor Masoha. Please, Mr. Magubane. Yes, he's online already.
Yes. Yes.
Over to you, Prof.
Good
Zondi.
afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Program Director Agogo. Thanks for recruiting me to UniZulu. You say I'm at the University of Zululand. Yeah, that's a great honor. And also want to appreciate the leadership of the university, all protocols observed, and really thank the Dean for leading by example and conducting the intellectual project on a very important project, African thought. Of course, his presentation has outlined very eloquently why we need this shift. Why would Africans think about having African thought when everybody should think it is obvious? After all, they are Africans. And then has shown that the dislocation of Africa, the dismemberment of Africa, the decentering of African perspective, the marginalization, African thought, the disparagement of Africa and blackness as a source of thinking makes necessary for people to demand to think as African. We've known this because Sylvia Wynter, that giant of a thinker from the Caribbean, she says that combat breathing is what Africans are trying to do, because he says the presence of the imperial man, the presence of imperial voice, imperial theory, imperial methodology, imperial pedagogy is so ubiquitous that it is suffocating. So the very basic duty a black thinker has is to simply push the hand that is suffocating just to breathe. And therefore African thought is simply to demand to breathe. When we are suffocated by Western concepts, Western assumptions, Western beliefs, Western tools and techniques all over around us. So what Professor Masuka is inviting us, is provoking us to do, is to think about African thought, not as just putting an African to thought, as an appendage, as adding an adjective to the idea of thought, but is to rethink the very idea of thought, perhaps along the lines that Odora Hopper's thought when she spoke about unlearning in order to relearn, that you may learn anew. Which also applies to unthinking in order to rethink, then we might think anew. What he is inviting us to do is it's absolutely an epochal project, it's an important project, and it's a timely project. And I heard the minister in the morning saying that when he acknowledged that he is an alma mater of UniZulu, that institutions that were established for subjugation are now being used. The master's tools are being used against the master. They're now being used for liberation. They're now being used to introduce new thinking. They're now being used to reaffirm that which was disparaged. They're now being used to show that there is a thinking and there is effort on the sidelines and the margins of society to rethink what we do, not for the rethinking for the sake of it, but in order to address the very real challenges facing black people anywhere in the world: abject poverty, huge unemployment, inequality, desperation, a sense of despair, hopelessness, a sense of isolation, a sense of rejection, a sense of being looked down upon. We think not because it's beautiful to think. We think because we want to create beautiful pictures, futures, and that is important. He's demonstrated for us, secondly, what do we mean by this African thought. He's demonstrated first why we need to go this direction. Now, secondly, what does that entail? I like a number of elements to this, because of course we know that if through this Center for African Thought, beautiful name, and this research chair in this area, the UniZulu could revisit the very idea of Africa itself, the very idea of blackness, to do this in a manner that gives it new life and new meaning in the world, where it is seen as a non-entity or as a problem. As W.B. Du Bois wrote in that book, The Souls of the Black Folks, that to exist as black is to exist as a problem, is to exist close to problem, is to exist associated with problem, is to exist as a problem who must be solved. The question of the black people in South Africa was called the native problem. So they are a problem. And to this day, the native is thought of as a problem. The native in the slums is seen as a problem to be solved, as a law enforcement problem, as a cleanliness problem, as an environmental problem, as a spatial problem, as a settlement problem. You know, to exist as a problem, perhaps it was rescue the idea of being African and all that. Perhaps it could do that in a manner that disrespects disciplinary decadence, this commitment to disciplines, where the idea of discipline is more associated with prisons than with free areas. but the idea of disciplines continue to sustain itself long after those who invented it have come. Many of us pride ourselves of being sociologists or political scientists or African linguists or this or that discipline, when we're actually much bigger than that. We are thinkers, a lot more than boxed people who are boxed in the discipline. We trust that the UniZulu might be able to use this platform also in order to recenter Africa in writings about Africa, in thinking about, in questions about Africa, to shift the center, as Ngugi wa Thiong'o talks it, to move the center, to remember Africa. That this might be done in a manner that gives credence to Sylvia Wynter's idea of demanding to breathe. That it might also be done in a manner that undoes epistemic dislocation that Professor Masuka spoke about, and perhaps help us with epistemic location, because it's often been shown that the biggest problem of an African thinker, anyone who calls an African thinker today, an intellectual, an academic, a thinker, a researcher, is that they are physically in Africa, but they have been taught to think through Europe via a theory that is based in Europe, which means then they become dislocated from themselves. The locus of their enunciation is in Belgium, but the locus of their physical presence is in Richards Bay. So it's a problem. So I hope that it could do. I hope also this exercise could also point us in the direction of epistemic resurrection, because it's been shown through the work, for example, of my sister Orlando Peterson, that we are living in social death. Jan Mohammed says that the black subject is a death-bound subject. It lives in death. It's rejected. It's a non-being and all that. So we need the resurrection, resurrection to who we are, and all of that. And if it could help expel the cognitive empires that sit in our minds, because we have removed the empires that used to sit at Union Building, that used to sit at State House, but we haven't removed the empires that sit in our brains. If this exercise could help us expel the empire that is domiciled, secretly haunting us in our mind, so that we might achieve that epistemic freedom that Sabelo Ndlovu-Kacheni refers to. If it could dedicate some time and effort to helping the continent do things we are not doing that well now in very practical ways. And also if it could help us revisit the African intellectual archive for purpose of cataloging it, purposes of making it a little more available for students, for others who are interested, putting on that archive so that we go to UniZulu to understand the works of Zelazar, to understand the work of Joseph Kizibo, the work of ancient thinkers like Makoko, Princess Makoko, the work of Queen Nzinga. We go there, it's archived there. If it could help us trace the intellectual tradition, because those who do not know the history will not prevail in the future. And those who do not know their intellectual history will drink on borrowed waters. So we need to go back all the way to Kemet, to Timbuktu, in order to trace the intellectual traditions. If it helps us also showcase African voices in that regard, it would be important. If it helps us understand the connections between rationality, spirituality, and realities in the areas that we live, in the villages, in townships, and suburbs, wherever we might be, it would help us. If it would help us revisit and harness African concepts that are very useful for understanding our world today and our future, and theories and philosophies such as Ujamaa, Ubuntu, Legbe, Nzima, and there are so many of them. If it could help us do that, if it could help us do studies that are in a form of partnership between Africans on the continent and Africans in the Caribbean, in North America, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere, it would actually have happened. Lastly, I actually really wish to strongly endorse the suggestion in relation to how the center could work. The idea that the center could be a home for scholars at UniZulu and students at UniZulu, but for scholars and students from all over the world. There is sufficient funding to fund exchange scholars who must come visit UniZulu and leave UniZulu with a publication or two at the end of their 6 months there or 3 months there, but leave it with verve and with conviviality, a whole lot of things. Second, I like the idea of a dialogue series, making UniZulu a place we all go in order to have meaningful conversations that lead to publications, that lead to community engagement, that lead to clarifying our mind. If the center could also be a home for a lot of self-funded visiting scholars that are all over the world, are always looking for a place that is willing to host them. Huge benefits for that. It will really be good. If it is able to partner with other centers that are even closer to Zulu, for example, a center on Lembete, on Vilakazi, on Lutuli, in that province a lot, but there are many others, Eskom, Patlele, in Limpopo, and they're all over. There's so many of them. If it could do that, it would actually be helping us plug a gap. If it become a database, even an online database, on all work that is being produced that seeks to relocate thinking to Africa, it will really be a good one, because it's simple work that can be done by honors and master students to collect that once the IT people have designed something of that nature. If it could offer the degree program, maybe starting with short learning program, certificate program, and degree program, it would be good. But if it does those programs jointly with another, it's even better. And I would highly recommend doing a program or two with the University of West Indies because of its significance. It's in over 8 countries in the Caribbean. It's a big university. It's a home of a lot of Pan-African thought and African thought. It's easy to do joint degree with them if there is an MOU between the two universities. Lastly, if it could encourage veteran scholars, those who've retired, the likes of Professor Oti Numalo, the likes of Kwesi Pra, who are still thinking, but they're now retired, the likes of Piti Gantuli and all that. If it could make itself a home for them to come and be interviewed by young people about what they think, so that those things can be transcribed and published, it would really be good, because it's that very cost-effective thing and all that. So I really just want to say, as the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation, we are very keen to partner with the center and see how we grow together. But we are watching very close to see what happens after announcement. Let us see it going. Let it begin small. Let it begin in January already. We are looking forward to it. Welcome, Center for African Thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Zondi. We have a short addendum from Professor Masoha.
Sorry, the program director, to disturb. This is very unusual, what I'm doing. I should have actually sat down and kept quiet. But I forgot to announce that, if colleagues remember, we had a journal in the faculty which was called Inkanyiso, Journal of Humanities and Social Sciences. Unfortunately, it has been experiencing challenges. But I am very happy to announce that with the assistance of AOSIS, which is a credible publisher, which is actually assisting a publication of journals and books, and it's going to be accredited very soon. That's what we're actually doing next year, actually. Now, we have managed to change it around, VC. I hope you... Yes, I hope you're not... Yes, it's called now... Well, we try to maintain the word Inkanyiso again, but I wanted to announce it with the permission of the VC. Now it's now going to be Inkanyiso Journal of African Thought, the University of Zululand. I wanted to say, yes, it's now edited by Professor Shokani, the associate editors, myself, and Professor Ndlovu, and I wanted to announce quickly the editorial board. The first one who has agreed is Sabelo Gajeni Ndlovu, who's based in Germany. He has agreed. Professor Zondi, Pamandla Zondi, is on the editorial board. Professor Pra, Professor Dennis Yal, who is in New York, Professor Raif Rufin at University of KwaZulu-Natal, and Professor John Bewaji, Dr. Butelezi, Christopher Isike, Mike Schmitter in Germany, Justinik Tugirize in Uganda, and Professor West.
Thank you very much. Once again, Prof. Masoha. Can we give a round of applause for that panel? It would seem that we are at the last session of the opening day, which has been, you'll agree with me, a very packed and a very, very powerful opening day. I think every one of the speakers, beginning from the Vice-Chancellor, has emphasized the importance of dialogue and conversation as integral to the process of advancing African thought, to the process of achieving the vision and achieving the objectives that we have set for ourselves. We hope in the next okay. We are going to begin some of those conversations now. We'll take reflections, we'll take comments, and it's very much the nature of intellectuals to ask questions as well. And we will start now. We would like to invite delegates and colleagues to start by making comments, by asking questions, by reflecting on a lot of what has been going on. In my notes already, in terms of action points that have come forth from the 4 or so speakers today, I already have over 30. And I remember what Professor Siepe said right after the minister's opening address, to say the minister has come not just to sophisticate the idea, but to complicate the idea. So, colleagues, the floor is open. You may now please make contributions, you may make comments, you may ask questions. Okay. Yes. Let me ask if...
Yes, my name is Ulrich Redlebuchilwe Kleinhempel. I'm associated with this conference through the network of scholars initiated by the Pan-African Strategic Council, of which I'm a part, to dedicate ourselves to the study of African cultural and religious traditions. And one of the issues that was Professor Masoha raised is the rewriting of self-concept in own epistemological tools. And the issue of orality appears to me to be of central importance in this issue, and how to tackle orality, because orality is usually bound and connected to institutions that enable and safeguard oral tradition However, in the course of colonialism, these institutions have been disrupted. So one of the tasks, I believe, of such an institute might be to retrace and recreate in a responsible way history, self-concepts and traditions into the time of before the introduction of writing systems by colonial powers. There are two precedents that might be pursued. The one is the duality of oral and written tradition in the Indian tradition. We know that the Vedas have been transmitted mostly orally, besides writing them down, but they have primarily been transmitted orally over 4,000 years, and that is quite a bit. From our own ethnic background, being a German, our prehistory has been largely lost, and we could reconstruct a bit of a mythological past, or quite a substantial bit, by the good fortune that the poet and cultural author in Iceland wrote down a mythology in the 14th, 15th century. Otherwise, it would have been lost completely. However, we have tools like research the role of the ancient Egyptian language and its status in the Afro-Asiatic language families has been mentioned today. I'm reminded of Mubabingi Bilolo, a Congolese scholar, Egyptologist, theologian, and philosopher, showed quite extensively how much ancient Egyptian thought was part and parcel of a general African philosophy. So this would be one of the issues to take up and to pick it up in the English language or whichever way, to make it part of a culture of memory, to make it part of the own history. Bilolo is in his 70s now, near Munich. He showed quite well how certain seminal ideas of Egyptian thought influenced Plato and entered European tradition. This is hardly acknowledged. It's all Plato's thought. No, it's not all Plato's thought. Plato was humble enough to go to Egypt to study African thought there and to introduce it to Europe. So genealogies might be rewritten and African philosophy extended into a very early time and to be reclaimed for an African identity and heritage. These are one of the few issues, and I've talked about it with Professor Masucha already, so it's not a series that is not here at present. This will be communicated, but it's for the general, I think, audience to find approaches from different fields. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I apologize, the acoustics were a bit problematic there. I don't think it was the fault of the speaker, but I did not personally grasp everything, but I'm sure the point about writing about the Egyptian influences, Kemet influences on Athens. There's a book by Dick Bernal, Black Athena. I think that speaks a lot to some of the points made by the colleague. Thank you very much. Colleagues, please, you are invited to request the microphone and to make comments and to ask questions at this time. Yes, please indicate. And yes, sir. The mic is coming to you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to firstly correct an omission I made this morning, and that is not acknowledging the cultural production from this morning, the music. And it seems as if Unizulu is not just a node for African thought, but also a node for African music and African culture.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for that very important contribution. You cannot have African thought without music and cultural production. Right, so gosh, I just want to call attention to what strikes me to be a kind of, well, let me back up and say that we've had a real feast here today, intellectually and also gastronomically, but mostly intellectually. And it's been a wonderful series of presentations, perhaps my own excluded. But it strikes me that there is a kind of tension as to what and who, that is a tension between the various presentations, including the commentaries, about not so much about what African thought is, but who exactly should be represented by African thought, a question of representation. That is to say, whether African thought is going to be grounded in what is now generally called the Global South, among oppressed peoples, or whether African thought is going to be grounded rather among peoples of African descent. That strikes me to be a key tension that has run through the conversations here. I think and since he's right in front of me, I wouldn't presume to speak for him, but it struck me that in that context, our colleague, Professor Agiman, was representing the, I guess what you would call in South Africa, what he used to call in South Africa, a certain kind of Africanist tendency, what they would call in the US a kind of more black nationalist or Afrocentric tendency. You know, in the black consciousness movement in South Africa, the slogan was raised, black man, you're on your own. And it struck me that there is that notion that black folk are on their own in the, as presented by Agiman, that black people are on their own in this world, that they don't really have any allies, and that they must really make it on their own initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here, Prof. Siepe.
Yeah, just what Michael was also suggesting, and I didn't see a movement from Professor Agiman. He was almost provoking him to speak, and I hope he'll actually do that. But the question you raised is similar to the question that was raised to Malcolm X when he talked about addressed largely white audience. Some of them were saying they agree with him, and they wanted to know what role can they play as sympathizers for the cause for social justice. And also they were concerned about when Malcolm X was talking about, did they call them the blue-eyed devils? And they didn't want to be associated with devils because they were saying, we are on your side. And his response was that this is a struggle that must be led by us. And we do welcome those who think they want to participate in that struggle from a perspective of struggle for humanity. But, he says, that in terms of leadership, it will have to be African people. And he says, in case you guys change your mind. And the reason why he was saying, in case you change your mind, is that as a black person, he had no choice but to continue to struggle because it affects him directly. So there is I don't see it as more of a tension if you're going to get ideas that will advance your struggle. But the people who should lead it, who have an interest and who are likely to benefit. In South Africa, we're talking about the motive force. The motive force in this country would have been the workers, because any change will benefit them. But what we've also seen is that we've seen people who get involved in a struggle, and when it becomes inconvenient, because it doesn't serve their interest, they abandon it. So what I heard Professor Agiman saying, he was simply saying, this is a struggle that cannot be outsourced to people who are not feeling the pain. And I don't see it as from the perspective of universalism, or put it this way, let me not go into universalism because I go to Eurocentrism. I see it as saying we will learn from wherever there is knowledge that advances our interest. But we must assume frontline responsibility. And I was saying to him, he sometimes, or he gets described as fundamentalist in terms of Pan-Africanism. And fundamentalism is always presented in a negative, it has a negative connotation. But I see it as, when he speaks, as providing the form of crystal clarity, which you do. I mean, you and him, you speak the same language. You may call it Global Africa. He'll call it something else. But it derives from also the notion that African people, wherever they find themselves, they are faced with almost the same condition of marginalization, of being killed, etc. And the idea of Global Africa is also to remove the sense of minority. If you take Haiti, where they feel like they are a small island, but if they are part of the globe, you take away the notion of a minority. But Professor Ajiman, the provocation was not meant for me.
Prof. Ajiman, I don't know if you would permit a little interjection from me before you speak. I would like to invite Prof. Ndlovu to interject at this moment before Prof. Ajiman responds. I say that because I'm aware of Prof. Ndlovu's interventions on the notion, or let's say the presumed notion of non-fundamentalist, non-nativist approaches to the African struggle for epistemic emancipation. So I'm sure this comment is one he would like to say something about, and then we could ask Prof. Ajiman to respond, if that's in order. Is it in order, Prof. Ndlovu? Okay. I'll pass in the mic, and we'll come back to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was, I would like to follow Fanoni's prescription. I think those who have been following the debate about Fanon, he was accused of advocating for violence. But what people have never paid attention to is that Fanon was not advocating for a paradigm or a life of violence. He was saying, if someone is on top of you, you cannot breathe. The only way of doing that is to repel that somebody. You can, because you are not allowed to even walk away. He's sitting on top of you. There is nothing that you can do. That is the violence that he was advocating. Violence for liberation. Not violence as a way of life. There is a Western philosopher, a well-acclaimed philosopher, Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. He said, war is a natural state of being. I think Africans did not agree with that. What made Africans to allow Europeans to come in the inland? It was because Africans were on a paradigm of peace. There were very few, they could have killed them and thrown them into the sea. But the problem is the paradigm. They had a paradigm of life that was looking somewhere. They were never making war a natural state of being, to say we live by killing one another. Even if you go to Central Africa, by that time you will find that many of the African societies, they did not have armies. They did not have standing military forces. That is because of the paradigm of life that they were gesturing towards. So what I was saying, when you were saying we're non-fundamentalist, you were saying we want to return to a state of peace, to our paradigm, to a horizon of peace. But war must be a war in stages. A war must be a way of returning to that paradigm of peace, not a way of life. That's what I'm saying, that fundamentalism, European fundamentalism, is predicated on the notion that war is a natural state of being. You can look at the responses now about the war between Russia and Ukraine. What Africans said. Africans, they said they must negotiate. But Europeans, they said their solution is more war. That is a paradigm. It means for them, solutions to a state of war is more war. Life is about fighting. We were saying, no, for us, life is not about fighting, it's coexistence. So even our knowledge production, we were saying we must not justify Eurocentrism, because if we are saying we must be fundamentalist, then Europeans were correct. If we are saying it's a way of life, let's not emulate them. If someone was Hitler, you cannot say, I must be Hitler 10 times, because you are like that person then. So there is no difference. So if the advocate for fundamentalism is for temporary reasons of defeating Eurocentrism, yes, it's fine. But if it is a gesture of life, a paradigm of life, then it is problematic because it is Eurocentrism.
I don't even need to breathe before I hand over the mic.
Is a troublemaker. Well, I started by saying I think in terms of Pan-Africanism in a fundamentalist way, I wasn't using fundamentalism in the way some of you are referring to it within the European context. What I was trying to convey was the sense that there are some basic principles underlying the ideology that fundamentalists do not shift away from. One of the key elements of Pan-Africanist thought, which derives from, in fact, Marcus Garvey, and I respect his thinking a lot, was this view that black people needed to rely on themselves to bring about their emancipation. The principle of exclusive instrumentality was based on the idea that people around the world, non-Africans, have come to see us as fundamentally an inferior people. And when you are subjugated for a long period of time and you have difficulty pulling yourself back by your own bootstraps, it engenders ideas about your innate qualities. We've gone through what no other people have gone through. And you bring about a socialist revolution tomorrow where capitalism is gone and there's a world-socialist, floritarian heaven, and black people will still be seen as inferior elements in that society. Because by ourselves, we haven't found a way to get up from under. There's deep suspicion about us. The longer this travail has taken, it's taken so long, for goodness sake. It's taken so long. And it comes down every time to, you begin to see some thinking along the lines of, we need help from others. The whole rationalization about universalism or the idea of joining forces with others, we always assume we share certain kinds of problems together, the South versus the North and so on. We don't do it to the same intensity and to the same levels because the others never went through what we have been through. They never did. The others around the world, whether they are Indians or whether they are Chinese or whether they are Arabs, and that's why in their writings it comes out. What I said about Gandhi, I mean, it is not a small matter, but look at what Martin Luther King did in the United States. Gandhi was here. He learned from the activism of the Zulu people. He himself mentions it, the first glimpse of the idea of the possibilities of nonviolent approach to liberation, because you realize that given the size of the population in India, if you got massive numbers following a path of nonviolence, the British will have a hard time dealing with it. How many people were you going to kill before the whole world cries foul? We were not that many here. Our people would peacefully protest. They would harness the processes of nonviolent agitation, and they would just move them down. And that would be the end of it. He watched it. Well, what happens? In the final analysis, Martin Luther King employs the tactics of nonviolence. And we all know the story in the United States. Do you go to the King Center in the United States, in Atlanta? He set up a King Center where you have one chamber is devoted to himself. They have excerpts of his speeches and what he represented in bringing about some changes in the United States. I don't know if anybody calls it significant fundamental changes, but there have been some changes. But then he shares space with this same Gandhi, gives him as much space as he has taken for his exhibition, and is devoted to him for his contribution to nonviolence. We cannot seem to do without trying to draw others in, even when they do not see us as belonging. There's some problem here. This is how I see it. Obviously, I can't impose on you. This is how I see it. How after Gandhi said all these things about our people here, and you end up, this is a very important area in Atlanta, where they're depicting important facets of the civil rights movement. And you devote a whole room to Gandhi as an equal. These people didn't have the slightest concern up till this point in time. And when I was at the University of Ghana, listen, I lived in Uganda. Sometime I've been around. The British had sent Asians into East African countries to become buffers in the colonial establishment. They were clever about it. Bring these people over from people who are themselves colonized. Bring them over, put them in the middle. The kind of economic activities that the English people didn't want to undertake, give it to them. Small stores, give them licenses to import wirelesses, this and that, and so on and so on. Don't allow the Africans to have these things because they will make money and they will use the money to support their liberation movement. What did the Asians do when they came in? They see themselves as a special group of people. I was at Makerere, where they wouldn't mingle with the African students at the university. In a dining room or anywhere, they sit apart. In the society that they created across East Africa, they never saw us as we share some commonalities of being subjugated. They always consider themselves better, as they do to this day. And the more India is beginning to pull up through IT and all these software developments, it's giving them some kind of a niche the more they are brightening up, their reputation is growing as people who have some significant contributions to make. They see themselves as moving into becoming fully advanced country in about 25 years. Look at us. You think Indians see black people and they see them as comrades in arms, that we have shared commonalities? They all run away from us. I mean, let's be clear about this. Those conceptions about third world solidarity, it played into a lot of things. What did the Arabs say? Forget about the history. They enslaved us. They showed the Europeans that we had lost power and we had become people who could be used in any manner. The things these Arabs did to us, we can't begin even to talk about it. Now, we pull together, we form an organization. Look at what Nkrumah did. Nkrumah came here. He came to the United States. He learned from Garvey. Garvey's ideas drew him in, and everybody expected him to move along those lines. When he was coming to be in London and to participate in the 5th Pan-African Congress, everybody assumed that this was the way. He turns around and says, I'm now a Marxist. I don't give a damn about Garvey. And so whether it was because he wanted to marry an Arab woman, I don't know. They always whenever you see those rationalizations come, there's something behind it. This is what I have known. I'm not a young person. I've seen a lot. So he comes to Africa, and we're pulling together to form a Pan-African organization to push the continent forward. He rejects the idea that we should do it on the basis of Pan-African thought, racial thought, linking black Africa to the diaspora. He rejects it. Du Bois was there telling him, now that you are in Ghana and becoming the leader of a new African state, call the 6th Pan-African Congress. Let's come together on African soil and continue the struggle. No. He decided to call in the Arab countries and said, this is not about race, it is about geographical, about continentalism. And this is what he pushed, and it caused considerable, in a sense, deflation of the currency, of the power of the movement. In the end, he was isolated. This is neither here nor there. NASA never stopped writing terrible things about us. The Arabs were going to civilize us. We were the most primitive people across the globe. He never stopped. Gaddafi never, in his Green Book. Every one of them continued along these lines. You should see how they treat Africans in places like Libya and Saudi Arabia and those. In fact, in Saudi Arabia, for the most part, according to the Anti-Slavery Society, we still have African slaves there, as it was in Mauritania. But we want to insist on a coalescence that doesn't exist. It doesn't have a basis. But I'm telling you, remove the problems we have, the problems of subjugation and the rest of them, create a world system where it doesn't exist. Those engines are gone, and when they see you, they will see somebody who has been right at the bottom, where every other people trample upon, and nothing would have changed. I am telling you, nothing would have changed. There's this guy in the U.S. Army, one of these cartoon strips. In the Army, we are all, there's nothing, no blacks and whites. Come on, we all just green, referring to the uniform. Until this black guy is walking along at the back there. Hey, you black green. you
Michael has been sufficiently provoked, but there are two things that I want to mention. Yeah, one is, as the minister said this morning, and this is actually something that we should welcome. One of the points that the minister said is that the Center for African Thought, or a note would involve, among other things, that for it to be a real center of thinking and for it to be a process of reconstruction, it will require a process of contestation and disruption of dominant paradigms, ideas, and narratives. So we need to also prepare ourselves for contestation, because it is through the contestation that we are going to sharpen our ideas, because there are these issues that we cannot avoid. Then the other thing that he said was that our process and commitment to knowledge production must be linked, as we also say in our own strategic plan, to the struggles of local communities. And once you start beginning to talk about the struggles of the people, then the mode of struggle will be informed by the material conditions. And here you will find that if you're talking about a better life for all, that will necessitate you that you focus on those communities that are really repressed, those whose face has become a face of poverty, unemployment, landlessness, hopelessness. So I think if we begin to focus on that, then some of the questions will fall by the wayside.
Yeah, thank you. I think I've said enough today already, and so I'll be brief. I do not fundamentally disagree with anything that Professor Agiman has said. It's the conclusion that is drawn that I would tend to disagree with. That is to say, it is true that everywhere in the world, black people, people of African descent, are devalued on the basis of phenotype by non-black people. I mean, in respect of Gandhi, his racism is well documented, including by 2 Indian scholars from South Africa who published a book on that subject. There's also, Gandhi's anti-black white supremacy, because his anti-black attitudes were informed by white supremacy, also applied in respect to the Dalits in India. The contemporary Dalit movement in India has no use at all for Gandhi, who is seen as a representative of the caste Indians. Garvey, I think the point a point you made about Garvey and Nkrumah isn't quite accurate. Garvey never repudiated. I'm sorry, Nkrumah never repudiated Garvey. Even the Marxist Nkrumah. In fact, in his autobiography, Nkrumah states flatly that the political theorists, and this is written, of course, by the Marxist Nkrumah, published on Ghana's Independence Day, what is it, March, 5th of March, I think, 1957. It stated flatly there by Nkrumah that Garvey is the person who influenced him the most theoretically of all those whom he read while he was a student in the United States and in Britain. So that point, I think, is worth. Well, well, I think not. I think if you follow Nkrumah all the way through, including through his writings and his letters after he's overthrown and he goes to Conakry. I've been going through those documents myself because I'm writing a text on Nkrumah and the global Black Power movement. Nkrumah has never really repudiated Garvey. He always had certain reverence for Garvey. And in fact, in his Conakry writings. He has this. He has an essay where he compares Garvey and Du Bois. Actually, to Du Bois' discredit. That's in Nkrumah. So whatever in Nkrumah's Marxism, and of course he embraced Marxism even more after he was overthrown, Garveyism, I don't think he ever repudiated. I believe the record is clear on that.
I recommend strongly that you read through Africa Must Unite.
I have. I have, actually. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't seem as if we are going to come to a meeting of the mind on that issue. Right. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll write an article on that. You'll write an article on that.
Yes.
Exactly.
And it will be published in this journal coming up. Yes. Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal?
Thank you very much, Prof. West. What is a debate without disagreements? Yeah. Make a very provocative claim, and then at least you get cited, even if that citation is to refute you. So thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for everyone, in particular our guests. We thank you so much for your attention today. I think we have the permission of the Vice-Chancellor to adjourn the conference today. Many thanks to everyone who has been here. Many thanks to the people working behind the scenes whose names we have not been able to mention, and our other bosses whose names we also have not been able to mention. We thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8. Arrival and registration will start at 8 a.m. Please be informed that we will register tomorrow, but we will not get another pack. So please keep that pack or bring it back. Maybe brand it already. Put your name on it already.